Part 1, The Great Discovery. Looking back to all that has happened to me since that eventful day, I can scarcely believe in the reality of my adventures. They were truly so wonderful that even now I am bewildered when I think of them. But first I must introduce myself. My name is Harry Lawson. I'm English. My uncle, Professor von Hardwig, is German. He married my mother's sister, an Englishwoman. At the time I am speaking of, he was a man of about 50. Tall, thin, and wiry, with spectacles and big protruding eyes. Being fond of me, he had invited me to study under him at his house in the Königstrasse in Hamburg, and this delighted me, for although impetuous and eccentric, my uncle is a scholarly and wealthy man, a professor of philosophy, chemistry, geology, mineralogy, and many other ologies. Also, although it has nothing to do with my story, I was in love with his goddaughter, Gretchen. Well, one day, my uncle returned from a solitary walk in a tearing hurry, flung back the front door, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Harry! Harry! Where are you, Harry?" "Coming, Uncle, coming. What's all the excitement?"
"Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Harry! This book I have just bought.
Looks pretty old. What is it?"
Heimskringla of Snorri Sturluson, the celebrated Icelandic author of the 12th century. It is a true and correct account of the Norwegian princess who reigned in Iceland.
Dear me, what language is it written in, Uncle?
It is a runic manuscript, the language of the original population of Iceland, invented, so the tradition says, by Odin himself.
I was about to venture some misplaced joke on the subject when a small scrap of parchment fell from the leaves of the book. It was about 5 inches by 3 and scrawled over in the most extraordinary fashion. Like a hungry man snatching at a morsel of bread, the professor seized it, told me to sit down and write.
Are you ready?
Yes, Uncle.
And follow closely. I will substitute a letter of our alphabet for that of the runic on the parchment, and we will see what that produces. Now, begin, and I'll make no mistakes. N-R-R-L-L-S E-S-R-U-S O-B-O-K-E-D-I-I. That will do, Harry. This puts me in mind of a cryptograph. Unless the letters have been written down without any meaning. But why do that? Who knows, I may be on the verge of some great discovery.
Uncle, I scarcely think.
It seems likely that this parchment was written by some owner of the book. Perhaps he wrote his name in the book. Now, what is this on the flyleaf? Is it a blot of ink or...
No. Saknussemm.
Saknussemm. The name of a learned Icelandic professor of the 16th century, a celebrated alchemist. At one time, he was the owner of this book. He wrote his name here. These alchemists, Avicenna, Bacon, Lully, Paracelsus, they were the only learned men of their day. They made astonishing discoveries. My boy, may not this Saknussemm have hidden on this piece of parchment the secret of some astounding discovery?
Possibly, but why conceal it if it was a useful and worthy discovery?
Oh, did not Galileo make a secret of his discoveries in connection with the planet Saturn? But we shall see. So, until I discover the meaning of this sentence written by Saknussemm, I will neither eat nor sleep.
My dear Uncle.
And neither will you. This man Saknussemm was very learned. And, like most learned men of the 16th century, he probably wrote in Latin. If my guess is wrong, why then we must try Spanish, French, Italian, Greek, yes, or even Hebrew. However, my opinion is decidedly in favor of Latin. We shall probably find that the words are arranged to some mathematical plan. Perhaps one figure is the key to this whole puzzle. Now, Harry, show your English wit. What is that figure?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Then let us pick out letters at regular intervals. Harry, take up your pen and start to write. M-M-E-S-S-U-N-K-A.
When I was done, I could scarcely keep from laughing. I had written down 4 lines of complete nonsense, so it seemed to me. On the other hand, my uncle...
No! What does it mean? What does it mean? Well, it won't defeat me. It won't. I will find out. That I will.
Left to myself, I lit my pipe and dropped into an armchair. I could easily imagine my uncle tearing along some lonely road, gesticulating, talking to himself, cutting the air with his cane, still thinking of the absurd hieroglyphics. Would he hit on some clue and come home in a better mood? I picked up the wretched puzzle and tried every imaginable way of grouping the letters. I put them together by 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, all in vain. I pondered and pondered. It was enough to drive a man mad. Mechanically, I took up the piece of parchment and fanned myself with it, so that I saw first the front and then the back. Imagine my astonishment when, glancing at the back, the ink having penetrated the parchment, I clearly made out Latin words. Craterem terrestri. It came upon me in a flash. This was the clue. I had discovered the secret. All you had to do was to read the document backwards. The ingenious theories of the professor were correct, and I, by sheer accident, had discovered what he wanted to know. I placed the parchment on the table. I passed my finger over each letter. I spelt it through. I read it out, and suddenly, I felt as if I had received a knockout blow. Was it possible that a man had really accomplished this incredible thing? That a man had dared? Never, I cried, never shall my uncle learn this secret. He's quite capable of repeating this fearful journey. Nothing will stop him, nothing. What's more, he'll insist I go with him. I snatched up book and parchment and was about to fling them into the fire when the door opened and my uncle came in. I had scarcely time to put the wretched things down before he was at my side. He dropped into his chair and began to make some algebraical calculations. I knew he was wasting his time. I had discovered the clue, and I intended to keep it to myself. I did not dare to leave him, and at last I fell asleep on the sofa. When I awoke, it was morning, and my uncle was still at work. His red-rimmed eyes, his tousled hair, and flushed cheeks told me what he was feeling. It made me ill to look at him. So I looked the other way, crossed my arms, and smoked, resolved never to betray the secret. When the cook wanted to go out to market, she found the front door locked and the key taken away. Did Professor Hardwig intend the old woman and myself to starve to death, martyrs of his obstinacy? He continued counting and writing and counting, thinking of neither food nor drink. $12:00. I was famished. There was nothing in the house. 2:00. I could not bring myself to keep silent any longer. Uncle, I said, but he didn't hear me. Professor Hardwig.
How did you speak?
Uncle, I have already made an important discovery.
Do you have some idea of the meaning of this scroll? You, Harry?
Yes, Uncle. Look at the sentence you dictated to me.
I'm looking. It means nothing.
Nothing if you read from left to right, but if you read from right to left.
Backwards. Oh, backwards. Most cunning Saknussemm. What a blockhead I am. In Snæfellsjökull craterem chem delibat. Dog Latin, of course. The meaning of the whole passage in English is descend into the crater of Jökull of Snæfell, which the shade of Scapari caresses before the talons of July, audacious traveler, and you will reach the center of the earth. I did it. Arne Saknussemm. Oh, wonderful. What is the time? The time, I say.
About 3 o'clock.
Then let me have something to eat and then get my portmanteau ready.
What for, Uncle?
Your own portmanteau, too. We start at once.
Where are we going?
Going? What do you think? We are going to follow in the steps of Arne Saknussemm.
That night, after dinner, my uncle called me up to his study. We each took a chair on opposite sides of the table. It struck me that he was in a particularly good humor.
Harry, you have rendered me a service never to be forgotten. Without you, this wonderful discovery would never have been made. It is my duty, therefore, to insist on you sharing the glory.
Glory, Uncle?
True glory. But I must warn you. You must keep the whole affair a profound secret. There is no more envious a race of men than scientific discoverers. At all events, we shall be first in the hills.
I doubt if you'll have many competitors.
A true scientist would jump at the chance. If this document were once made public, we should find a perfect stream of pilgrims on the tracks of Arne Saknussemm.
But isn't this parchment likely to be a hoax?
No, Harry. The book in which we found it is sufficient proof itself of its authenticity.
Well, I'll admit Saknussemm may have written the lines, but he was probably just trying to mystify people. And what's all this about yokel and snivels and Scapari? I've never heard of them.
That's the very point I'm coming to. Not long ago, I received a map from my friend Augustus Petermann of Leipzig. It is put down the third atlas from the second shelf. Series Z, plate 4.
Oh, very well.
Series Z, plate 4.
Is this the one you mean?
Yes. Now, it is one of the finest maps of Iceland. It will settle all your doubts, difficulties, and objections. The whole island, you see, is composed of volcanoes. And note carefully, they all bear the name of Jökull. It's an Icelandic word. It means a glacier. Most of the high mountains, volcanoes, erupt from ice-bound caverns.
But what does the word Sneffels mean?
Follow my finger to the western coast. And there you see Reykjavik, the capital. Follow the direction of one of its innumerable fjords, and what you see below the 56th degree of latitude.
A peninsula, like a thigh bone in shape.
And in the center of it,
a mountain.
That is Snæfellsjökull. Snæfellsjökull, a mountain 5,000 feet high, one of the most remarkable in the whole island, and destined to become the most celebrated in the world. For through its crater, we shall reach the center of the earth.
Impossible.
Why impossible?
Because the crater is choked with lava and burning rocks.
And if it be extinct?
Yeah, that would certainly make a difference, I grant you.
It certainly would. There are about 300 volcanoes on the whole surface of the globe, but the greater number are extinct. Of these, Snæfellsjökull is only one. It has not erupted since the year 1219.
Oh, very well, Uncle, but why all this mystery about Scatalis and the Kalends of July?
Why, this shows how particular Saknussemm is in his directions. The Snæfellsjökull mountain has many craters. He is careful to indicate the exact crater, which is the high road to the center of the earth. He tells us that about the end of the month of June, the shadow of nearby Mount Scatalis falls upon this one crater. There's no doubt about the matter.
Let's suppose that Saknussemm is right. He found the entrance to the bowels of the earth, but it's madness to suppose that he or anyone else ever followed up this discovery.
Why so?
It's well known that heat increases 1 degree for every 70 feet you descend into the earth. This gives you a fine idea of the heat at the center. It's so hot that all matter must be in a state of incandescence.
I care nothing for such theory.
So hot that rocks must be molten. What would become of us?
Do not be alarmed at the heat, my boy.
My dear uncle.
Neither you nor anybody else knows anything about the real state of the Earth's interior. The only way to learn is, like Arne Saknussemm, to go and see.
Oh, very well, we go and see, though how we shall see in the pitch darkness is another mystery.
Oh, fear nothing. We shall overcome this and many more difficulties. And remember, not one word to a living soul. Our success depends on secrecy and dispatch. We shall leave for Copenhagen, the first stage of our journey, at daybreak the day after tomorrow. Courage, Harry! All will be well.
We left Hamburg precisely as my uncle had planned, and reaching Copenhagen on the day following, we discovered that a little Danish schooner, the Valkyrie, was to sail on the 2nd of June for Reykjavik. The captain was on board and seemed surprised at the energy and cordiality with which the professor shook his hand. To him, a voyage to Iceland was commonplace. My uncle, on the other hand, considered it an event of sublime importance. The honest sailor took advantage of the professor's enthusiasm to double our fares. I bore the voyage well, but my uncle, to his great annoyance, was dreadfully seasick. This troubled him all the more, since it prevented him from questioning the captain on the subject of Snæfell. He spent most of the time lying on his bunk, groaning and dwelling hopefully on the end of the voyage. I felt no pity for him. At the end of a fortnight, we again sighted land, Reykjavik. My uncle dragged himself from his cabin, haggard and pale, but full of enthusiasm, his eyes shining with pleasure and satisfaction. He led me to the quarterdeck, gripped my arm, and pointed over the northern part of the bay to a high Twin Peaks mountain, a double cone covered with snow.
Behold, behold, Mount Snæfell.
M. Fredriksson, professor of natural sciences at the College of Reykjavik, to whom my uncle carried letters of introduction, made us welcome. And out of the 3 rooms which comprised his house, 2 were placed at our disposal. After dinner on the day of our arrival, the 2 professors fell into an earnest conversation.
Well, Herr Fredriksson, I wonder if among the valuable books in your library you have any works of the learned Arne Saknussemm?
Saknussemm? Master, you speak of one of the most distinguished scholars of the 16th century. Alchemist, naturalist, and traveler.
Exactly. Have you any of his...
One of the most distinguished men, connected with Icelandic science and literature.
As you say, sir. Have you any...
A man illustrious above all.
True. But his works,
We have none.
None in Iceland?
None in Iceland or anywhere else.
Oh, but why not?
Because Arne Saknussemm was persecuted for heresy. And in 1573, his books were publicly burnt in Copenhagen by the common hangman.
Splendid.
I beg your pardon?
Now I understand why Arne Saknussemm was forced to hide his magnificent discoveries. Why he was compelled to conceal his great secret with a baffling cryptograph.
A secret? What secret do you mean?
No secret, none at all. I was carried away by my enthusiasm. Tell me, Herr Fredriksson, what is that mountain on the horizon?
It is Snæfell, sir. One of the most curious volcanoes in existence, and yet rarely visited.
So, then I have a mind to begin my studies here with an inspection of Mount what did you call it?
Snæfell, my dear sir. But how do you propose to get there?
By boat across the bay.
It cannot be done. There is not a boat available in all Reykjavik. You must go overland along the coast.
So then I must have a guide.
Of course. I know the very man for you. A shrewd and worthy fellow who will please you.
Can I see him today?
No, he cannot be here before tomorrow. I will send for him. Leave it to me, my dear Professor von Harvey.
That night I slept soundly. When I awoke in the morning, I heard my uncle speaking in the next room, and I dressed hastily and joined him. He was talking earnestly with a man of Herculean build and quick, intelligent eyes. A man whose bearing revealed a calm and phlegmatic temperament. My uncle beamed at me.
Hey, my dear boy, this is Hans Bjelke. He used to be our guide.
How do you do?
Thank you. I'm well. Hans is a mighty hunter, Harry. A hunter of the Eider duck. But to revert to our business, Hans. How far is the volcano Snæfell from here?
22 miles.
So we can be there in 2 days.
No, 8 days, or perhaps 10 days. I speak of Danish miles. 8,000 paces each.
Dear me, then we must have horses.
Oh, thank you. I will not ride a horse. I like my own feet best. How many horses do you wish?
4 horses. We have baggage, and I and Mr. Harry will need a horse each.
4 horses. I will see to this.
Good. Now, as to wages, I will pay you $3 rix a week.
3 rix dollars. I accept. And, Master, you shall pay me every Saturday night. If you fail, then our agreement is finished.
Oh, very well. Let me pay you now, 1 week in advance.
Oh, thank you, no. You'll pay after my work, not before. After.
That you say. Hans, I wish to start in 48 hours from now. Can you be ready?
48 hours from now. It is understood. I go now. I go and prepare. Farewell.
A splendid fellow, eh, Harry? But he little suspects the marvelous part he's about to play in the history of exploration.
You mean that he'll come with us all the way?
To the center of the earth, my boy. To the center of the earth.
For the next 2 days, we were busily occupied in packing our instruments, weapons, tools, and our provisions. Our instruments, briefly, were as follows. 1, a thermometer of Axel, marked to 150 degrees. 2, a manometer, an instrument worked by compressed air to ascertain atmospheric pressure at sea level. 3, a first-class chronometer by Boissonat of Geneva. 4, 2 compasses. 5, a night glass. 6, 2 Ruhmkorff's coils, worked by electricity, which would supply a first-rate portable light. 7, a voltaic battery. Our weapons consisted of 2 rifles and 2 six-shooter revolvers. Our tools were 2 pickaxes, 2 crowbars, a silken ladder, 3 iron-shod poles, a hatchet, a hammer, a dozen wedges, some pointed pieces of iron, and a great quantity of strong rope. The hamper of provisions contained enough concentrated meat and biscuit to last us 6 months. The only drink provided by my uncle was the Hollands gin called Schiedam. Of water, not a drop. However, we carried gourds, and my uncle counted on finding water and filling them at the outset of our journey. Finally, we also carried a medical chest, boxes of tinder and tobacco, and a large belt crammed with notes and gold. I shall not dwell on our adventures and misadventures on the journey to Snæfellsjökull. When we arrived at the village beneath the mountain, Hans hired 3 Icelanders to replace the horses. It was understood that these men would leave us at the bottom of the crater. When my uncle told Hans that he intended to explore the volcano to the last possible limits, Hans shrugged his shoulders and said,
It is all right. Where you explore, I come. To me, it is all the same.
And so at last we started to climb the mountain. Snæfellsjökull, 5,000 feet high, is the termination of a volcanic mountain range, and Hans led the way up its slopes as calmly as if he had been walking over Salisbury Plain. About 7 in the evening, we reached a kind of spur, and I felt I could go no further. This was the region of eternal snows. The cold was searching and intense. The wind blew with great violence. Despite his impatience, my uncle decided to call a halt.
Stop! Hans! We shall stop here!
We cannot stop. We must climb higher.
What? Why must we climb?
To save our lives. Look below. It is the Mistur. Come, Master, come.
Mister? What are you talking about?
There, Harry. There is the Mistur.
I looked on the plain below. A vast, prodigious volume of pulverized pumice, sand, and dust was rising to the heavens in the form of a mighty waterspout, and the wind was driving it directly towards the side of Snæfellsjökull where we were perched.
That's the Mistur, Harry. If it breaks over us, it will destroy us. Nothing is more certain.
Make haste! Make haste, Master!
We are coming! Forward, Harry! Forward!
That was part 1 of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, Professor Friedrichsson by Georg Scheldrup, and Hans Bjelke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hardwick in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 2, The Shadow of the Scapari. I suppose that even now there are some who will not credit that we undertook that most terrifying of all journeys, a journey to the center of the earth. But let me remind you who I am. My name is Harry Lawson. At the time I am speaking of, I was studying in Hamburg under my eccentric uncle, the celebrated Professor von Hardwick. One day my uncle brought home a rare old book, and as I was examining it, there fluttered from its leaves a piece of parchment covered with runic characters. This proved to be a message in cipher written by Arne Saknussemm, a famous Icelandic alchemist of the 16th century. In an unhappy moment, I hit upon the key to the cipher, and so we learned how more than 300 years before, Saknussemm had descended into the crater of the extinct volcano in Iceland called Snæfellsjökull, and thus penetrated to the center of the earth. My impetuous uncle decided that he and I must make the same journey. And so we departed for Iceland, and there engaged faithful Hans Bjelke as our guide. With 3 porters to carry our baggage, Hans led the way up the slopes of Snæfellsjökull. But we were still some distance from the summit when a great cloud of pumice, sand, and dust threatened to engulf us.
It is in its power. We cannot stop here. Make haste, master.
We are coming, Hans. Forward, Harry. Forward.
I have never felt such misery, fatigue, and exhaustion in my life. At last, when I thought myself at my last gasp, about 11 at night, we reached the summit of Mount Snæfellsjökull. We descended a little into the shelter of the crater, and lying there on a bed of granite, I fell asleep. In the morning, we climbed up to look at the panorama beneath us. My uncle was enraptured.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Look yonder, over the sea. That is Greenland.
Greenland? Can we see so far?
We are 5,000 feet up. On the summit of the great, the transcendent Snæfellsjökull. And here are its 2 peaks, north and south. Hans will tell you the name of the peak we are standing on.
The name of this peak is Scartaris.
Scartaris, Harry. Do you hear? Do you remember what the great Arne Saknussemm wrote of the peak Scartaris?
Yes, I remember.
A splendid crater, my boy. Half a mile across, at least.
A great cannon, that's what it is, Uncle. And to descend inside a cannon when perhaps it is loaded and will go off at the slightest shock is the act of madness.
Come, while we're wasting time. Forward, Hans. Forward!
Hans led the way down the interior of the cone in a zigzag fashion. Some parts consisted of interior glaciers, which he tested with his long iron pole. Some parts were so doubtful and dangerous that we had to be tied together. By midday, we had completed this stage of our journey. I looked up and saw only the upper orifice of the cone, like a circular frame to a very small portion of the sky, a portion that seemed to me singularly beautiful. Should I ever again gaze on that lovely sunlit sky? The bottom of the crater consisted of 3 separate shafts gaping in our path. The professor ran from one to the other like a delighted schoolboy, gesticulating wildly and uttering disjointed phrases in all sorts of languages. Presently, I heard him calling excitedly.
Harry, come here, come quickly. Do not order.
I'm coming. What is it, Uncle?
Raise your eyes. Now, what do you see on the wall?
It looks like carving. Runic characters?
And what do the runic characters spell out, my boy?
A-R-N. Arne Saknussemm.
Arne Saknussemm. The great man's name carved in the living rock. Do you begin to have faith? Well, do you?
I could not answer a single word. The evidence was unanswerable. Overwhelming. I went back to my seat, covered my face with my hands, and dreamed. My beloved home and my beloved cousin Gretchen. When I raised my head, there remained at the bottom of the crater only myself, my uncle, and Hans. The Icelandic porters had been dismissed, How heartily did I wish myself with them. We made ourselves as comfortable as possible for the night. In the morning, a grey, heavy sky hung like a funeral pall over the summit of the cone, and my uncle was walking about like a wild beast in a cage. He called me to his side.
Harry, do you remember the words on our precious parchment? The words of Arne Saknussemm? He wrote, "Descend into the crater of Jökull of Snæfellsjökull, which the shade of Scapari caresses, before the calends of July, audacious traveler, and you will reach the center of the earth." I did it. Arne Saknussemm. Now, observe. There are 3 shafts, or paths, open before us. One, and only one, is the right road.
And you shall know it when the Shadow of Scapari falls on it before the 1st of July.
Precisely. If there's no sunshine up above, Scapari cannot cast the shadows. And today's date, let me remind you, is the 25th of June.
So that if it stays cloudy for the next 6 days, we shall have to put off our journey of discovery for a whole year.
Yes. It is enough to drive a man out of his senses.
Never had my uncle's eyes appeared so fierce, his mouth so hard and firm. On the 26th, to my delight, there was no change for the better. A mixture of rain and snow fell during the whole day. The next day, and the next, and the next were overcast. My uncle was almost frantic. But on the last day of the month, with a sudden change of wind and a new moon, there came a change of weather. The sun poured its beaming rays to the very bottom of the crater. At 12 o'clock exactly, when the sun had attained its highest altitude, the shadow fell upon the edge of the central shaft.
Here it is. Here it is. There can be no mistake. This is our road. Now, forward, my friends, to the center of the earth. Forward, Hans. Come, Harry, come.
Our real journey had now begun. I peered over the abyss into which we were about to plunge. The sides were almost as perpendicular as those of a well. It was a sort of wild and savage staircase, without banister or fence.
One moment. There's the baggage which we must carry on our backs. Hans,
Master,
you will take charge of the tools and some of the provisions. You, Harry, take another third of the provisions and our weapons. I will look after the rest of the food and our instruments.
That leaves our spare clothes and this mass of cord and ladders. Who is going to carry them?
I have thought of that. Hans, have you bundled them securely?
yes, they are all secure.
Good. Pitch them over the side, down into the abyss.
Very good, Master.
See, there you go. Now, it is our turn. I shall loop a rope over any suitable block of lava, and we shall go down hand over hand. You first, Hans. I will follow. Harry, you bring up the rear. As you join us, pull one end of the rope, and it will fall at your feet. Come now. Forward, Hans. Forward.
So we went down. Down, down, down. We started at 1 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock at night, I calculated we had descended 5,600 feet, more than a mile. Hans called suddenly.
Forward! Forward! We can go no further. What is it, Hans? We are at the bottom of the well, I think. There is a sort of tunnel. Here, to our right. Ah, yes, yes. Well, we will see about this tomorrow. Time now to eat and sleep.
We all slept soundly. Our breakfast consisted of biscuit and meat washed down with water flavored with Schiedam. When we had finished, my uncle busied himself with the log of our travels.
Monday, July 1st. Chronometer 8 hours, 17 minutes. Morning. Barometer reading 29. Thermometer 43 degrees Fahrenheit. Direction east southeast. The barometer shows that we are just about on sea level. We have not penetrated 1 inch into the earth. Now, we must have light. I will put the Ruhmkorff coil on my neck. So, put the wire into the worm of the lantern, and switch on the electricity. Wonderful. As bright as day. Forward, my friend. Forward.
So we moved onward in the same order. For hour after hour we marched, and sometimes slithered down a steep slope in a southeasterly direction. My uncle was in a cheerful mood.
Cheer up, my boy. We are making satisfactory progress, are we not? Why do you look so thoughtful?
I'm thinking of our water supplies. Our gourds are half empty. You felt sure we should strike some subterranean springs, but so far there's no sign of one.
Oh, set your mind at rest. I answer for it that we shall find plenty of water once we have got through this crust of lava. Can you expect springs to force their way through these solid stone walls? Yes, we shall find water, Harry. More than we shall ever want.
The next day, Tuesday, 2nd of July, we resumed our march at 6 in the morning. At precisely 17 minutes past 12, Hans stopped. We were in the center of 4 cross paths, somber and narrow tunnels. Which were we to take?
1, 2, 3, 4 tunnels. Very well. We will take that one, which lies furthest to the east. Forward, Hans.
All that day we marched, and for half the day following, I became convinced that our path was ascending and not descending. And it seemed to me that the walls of the tunnel proved this. They were not lava, but rocks of the transition, as geologists say, the period of Silurian stone, containing fossils. I picked up a fossil shell and showed it to my uncle.
The shell of a crustaceous animal of the extinct order, the trilobites.
Yes, uncle. And what conclusion do you draw from it?
I know, my dear boy, what you have in mind. Possibly I was mistaken in choosing the eastern tunnel. But that we shall not know until we reach the end of this gallery.
You had to make a quick decision, that I realize. If only we had not to fear the greatest of all dangers.
And what is that?
Lack of water.
Well, my dear Harry, it cannot be helped. We must put ourselves strictly on rations. Now let us march on in good heart. Come, Harry.
In truth, we were compelled to ration our water. Our supplies would certainly not last more than 3 days, and we could not expect to strike water in the transition rocks through which we were now passing. I had read of the horrors of thirst, and I knew that unless we soon struck a spring, our adventures and our lives would speedily end. But it was utterly useless to discuss the matter with my uncle. During the whole of the next day we marched, on through this interminable gallery, arch after arch, tunnel after tunnel. We marched without exchanging a word. My uncle was determined to march on, whatever the risk. He must, I think, have been hoping for one of 2 possibilities. Either that we should come upon a vertical shaft that would lead us to water-bearing rocks, or that insurmountable obstacles would compel us to go back. On Friday, after a night when I began to suffer the gnawing agony of thirst, we rose and once more followed the turnings and windings, the ascents and descents of this interminable gallery. After about 10 hours of marching, I noticed that the reflection of our lamps on the walls of the tunnel was greatly diminished. A little later, when we came to a very narrow part of the tunnel, I chanced to lean my hand against the wall. It was quite black. We were in a coal mine.
Yes, a coal mine without miners. I'm certain that this gallery was never cut by the hand of man. But whether it was the work of nature or not matters little to us. It is supper time. Come, let us eat.
I can't eat. All I want is water.
How much have you left?
None. My gourd is empty.
And so I fear is mine. Hans, how much water?
I have a little. There is up to here. Not quite half full.
Very well. Now let us eat and rest.
Hans busied himself in preparing food, but I could not eat. All I cared about were the few drops of water which fell to my share. Having finished their supper, my companions stretched themselves on their rugs and forgot their sufferings in sleep. I lay, counting the hours until morning. The next day, Saturday, we started forward again at 6 o'clock. On and on we marched through the coal mine. The road continued to advance on the level, and my uncle could scarcely conceal his impatience and dissatisfaction. But darkness, dense and opaque, a few yards ahead and in the rear, made it impossible to estimate the length of the gallery. For myself, I began to believe that it was well nigh interminable and would go on in the same manner for months.
Halt! Halt! It is not time to halt. March on, Hans!
Oh, we cannot march more. There is no way.
What is this you say?
We cannot march forward, master. There is no way to right or left. There is no way up or down. See? There is only this great wall.
A solid wall. Well, so much further. At least I know what they are about. We are certainly not on the road taken by Stocknison. All we have to do is to go back. Let us have one night's good rest, and before 3 days are over, I promise we shall have reached the point where the gallery is divided.
If our strength lasts as long?
And why shouldn't our strength last that long?
Because this time tomorrow there will not be one drop of water amongst us. It will all be gone.
And your courage with it.
What could I say? I turned over on my side, and from sheer exhaustion fell into a heavy and troubled sleep. I dreamt of water. Water. And when I awoke, I would have bartered a diamond mine for a glass of pure spring water. In the morning, we started our return journey at a very early hour. There was no time for delay. I estimated that it would take us 5 days to reach the spot where the gallery is divided. I cannot describe all the sufferings we endured on our journey. My uncle bore them like a man who has been in the wrong. That is, with concentrated and suppressed anger. Hans, with all the resignation of his gentle character. And I confess I did nothing but complain and despair. As I expected, our water gave out during the first day of the return march. We were reduced to our supply of Schiedam. But this horrible, nay, I will say, this infernal liquor burnt my throat, and I could not even bear the sight of it. I found the temperature stifling. I felt almost paralyzed with fatigue. More than once I thought I was about to fall unconscious to the ground. The worthy Icelander and my uncle did their best to revive and comfort me. I could see, however, that my uncle was battling with his own extreme fatigue and thirst. A time came when I ceased to recollect anything clearly. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, 18th of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the junction of the galleries. I lay there like a log. Something or somebody told me that it was 10 in the morning. Hans and my uncle, leaning against the wall, tried to nibble at some pieces of biscuit. I fell into a sort of swoon, and presently I felt my uncle lift me tenderly in his arms.
Harry. Harry. Oh, my poor boy.
I could not speak, but I was moved by his words, being unused to womanly weakness in him. I caught his trembling hands in mine and pressed them, and I saw his eyes were misted with tears. He took the gourd which was slung at his side, and to my bewilderment, he pressed it to my lips.
Drink, my boy. Drink. Drink.
Had I heard aright? Or was my uncle mad? Almost before I could think, a mouthful of water cooled my parched lips and throat. One mouthful, but I believed it saved my life. My heart was too full to speak, but I thanked my uncle by pressing his hand.
Yes, Harry, a mouthful of water. The last. The very last. I have treasured it at the bottom of my gourd. 20 times, 100 times I have resisted the urge to drink it.
My dear uncle.
I knew that when we reached here you would fall half dead. Indeed you did. That's why I saved this last drop of water for you.
Thank you. Thank you, uncle.
That's better, eh? It has revived you. Nobly.
Uncle, there's no doubt what we must do. Our journey has ended. Let us get back to the surface, to Snæfellsjökull. May heaven give us strength and we may once more see the light of day.
go back. Go back?
Yes, and without delay.
So, my dear Harry, these few drops of water are not enough to restore your energy and courage.
Courage?
You're as downcast as ever. Still you give way to despair. But I will not give up, just as we're on the verge of success. Never shall it be said that Professor von Hartwig turned back.
Then we must make up our minds to die.
No, Harry, my boy. Go. Leave me. I am very far from desiring your death. Leave me, I say, and take Hans with you. I will go on alone.
Alone?
Yes. I have undertaken this dangerous adventure. I will see it through to the end, or I will never return to the surface of Mother Earth. Go, Harry! I tell you once more, go!
My uncle's voice was now harsh and menacing. He had become terribly excited. Meanwhile, our guide looked on with profound calmness and indifference, although he must have known perfectly well what was going on between us. It occurred to me that Hans and I might persuade the professor to turn back. If the worst came to the worst, we would compel him to return to the surface. After a time, I quietly approached Hans. Hans, listen. There is the road back, the road to Snæfellsjökull, to life and freedom. We must persuade the professor.
The professor says no.
But we are wiser than he is, Hans.
The professor says no. We do not go back. He is master.
The master? He is not the master of our lives. We will drag him with us if we must. Do you hear me? Do you understand what I say?
My good Harry, be calm. You will get no satisfaction from my devoted Hans. This wretched lack of water is the sole obstacle to our success. It is possible we shall be luckier in the western tunnel.
Luckier?
No, listen to me. While you lay senseless, I reconnoitered the other gallery. It goes directly downwards, and in a few hours will take us to the old granite formation in which we shall certainly find water. Now, this is my proposition. When Christopher Columbus asked his crew for 3 days to discover the land of promise, they agreed. And the new world was discovered. Now I, the Christopher Columbus of this underworld, I ask of you one more day. If after a day I have not found water, I swear I will give up my mighty enterprise and return to the Earth's surface.
Very well. If we don't discover water soon, we are doomed. So let's push ahead.
It is agreed. Forward, Hans. Forward.
We now resumed our journey into the western gallery. On and on and on. Towards 6 o'clock, I realized we were marching through granite. 8 o'clock. Still no sign of water. At last I could go no further, and I fell with a despairing cry.
Oh, my poor boy. All is over.
The last thing I saw was my uncle's face, distorted with pain and sorrow. When I opened my eyes again, I saw my companions lying motionless in their huge traveling rugs. Were they asleep or dead? I seemed to hear my uncle's last word.
All is over. All is over.
Presently, I heard a slight noise. Footsteps. I thought I saw Hans leaving us, lamp in hand. I thought, Hans is leaving us. And I cried, Hans! Hans, if you're a man, come back! Silence. During a long, weary hour, I believe I was half mad. Again, footsteps. Closer. Closer. I saw an uncertain light. I saw Hans.
Master, wake up. Wake up. What is it, Hans?
Water!
Where, Hans?
Below, Master.
Let us go, yeah?
In the next hour, we advanced 1,000 yards and descended 2,000 feet. Then I heard a sound, running, as it were, through the rock, like a distant waterfall. I passed my hand over the wall, hoping to find a trace of moisture. Alas, in vain. Then Hans took up the lamp and moved slowly, pressing his ear to the wall. I saw that he was searching for the spot where the torrent's roar was loudest. Then he picked up a crowbar and attacked the rock. At the end of what seemed an age, Hans had made a hole 2 feet into the rock. He had been at work an hour, and I was wild with impatience. I am sure my uncle was thinking of more violent measures. He had, in fact, just grabbed hold of our other crowbar when...
Water, master. Here is much water.
No, do not touch. Hands, they are scalded. The water, it's boiling!
That was part 2 of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from a novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjelke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. Next Thursday at 5:25 in Storytime, you'll be able to hear the 3rd installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, and this is called Lost.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hartwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 3, Lost.
Yes, my name is Harry Lawson. I am a nephew by marriage to that celebrated, brilliant, eccentric German scientist, Professor von Hartwig. It was he who planned our unforgettable journey, a journey to the center of the earth. But I, in a sense, was responsible for it, for I hit upon the clue which enabled us to decipher some runic writing on an ancient parchment. It was the writing of one Arne Saknussemm, an Icelandic alchemist of the 16th century. And he told how he had journeyed to the center of the earth by descending the crater of the volcano Snæfellsjökull in Iceland. My uncle was determined that we should follow in Saknussemm's footsteps. So, with our faithful Icelandic guide, Hans Bjelke, we descended the crater of Snæfellsjökull. Presently, we reached a spot where 4 subterranean galleries opened up before us. My uncle chose to follow the eastern gallery. We marched for days and days. Our water supplies were exhausted. At last, we ran up against a solid wall of rock. We had followed the wrong road. We turned back on a nightmare march, during which I became delirious with thirst. We reached the junction of the galleries, where it seemed we were doomed to die. But Hans, exploring a little on his own account, heard the rush of water beyond a granite wall. With his crowbar, he hacked at the wall. He had been at work an hour, and I was wild with impatience. I am sure my uncle was thinking of more violent measures. He had, in fact, just taken hold of a crowbar when...
Water, master! Here is much water!
My clever, faithful Hans. Harry, water! Water!
Give me some! No! Do not touch!
What do you mean, do not touch?
My hands, see, they are scalded. This water is boiling.
Boiling? Then we can't drink it.
Let us wait a little. It will soon get cool.
The tunnel began to be filled by clouds of vapor, and a small stream trickled away from us towards the depths of the earth. In a short time, it was sufficiently cool to drink, and we gulped it down in great mouthfuls. I remarked that it tasted of iron.
Yes, indeed, my boy. An excellent tonic for the stomach. Hans can congratulate himself on a rare discovery. What do you say, Harry, to naming this stream after Hans? It is the usual custom with explorers.
Of course.
Agreed, then. This stream henceforth shall be known as the Hansbach. Does this please you, Hans?
I thank you, master.
It seems a pity to let all this lovely water run to waste. I think first we should fill the goatskin and our gourds.
Oh, yes. I have done this.
Good. Then we should dam up the stream. Can you stop up the hole, Hans?
I will see. But it is hot. Very hot.
No, wait. When we have drunk all the water in the goatskin and the gourds, are we certain that we can refill them? Well, are we, Harry?
Now that you mention it.
Let the water run away, I say. It is inexhaustible. Also, it will follow naturally the road to the center of the earth. It will serve to guide and refresh us on our way.
You're right, Uncle, and with this stream always beside us, we're bound to succeed. Let's push on.
Oh, have you forgotten that it's night time? First we must sleep. And then, as you say, Harry, let us push on.
We resumed our march on the following day at 8 in the morning. The granite tunnel, with its sinuous and winding way and its occasional sharp turns, had all the appearance of a labyrinth. Its direction, however, was generally towards the southeast. All the time, the stream flowed quietly at our feet. My uncle began to complain of the horizontal nature of the road. Our calculations showed a fall of about only 2 inches in every furlong. But this did not seem important to me. So long as the road led towards the center of the earth, there was no reason to complain. Besides, we had no choice. On the evening of Friday, the 10th of July, our calculations showed us to be some 30 leagues southeast of Reykjavik and about 2.5 leagues beneath the surface. Hans, who was leading, suddenly gave a warning cry.
Beware! Take care there! Take great care!
What is the matter?
A hole! Right here! Right under my feet!
A horrible well!
A beautiful well. Oh, it makes you dizzy to look down. Eh, Harry? Yes, this will take us down quickly. And it will take us a very long way. It is a veritable staircase.
A staircase? We can't get down there.
We have plenty of ropes. Have we not, Hans?
Plenty. I have them all here in my pack. Not one is lost.
Splendid. But why do we delay with talk? Let us go down.
The well into which we descended was a narrow opening known as a fissure. We were, in fact, descending a kind of a spiral staircase. Down, down, down. It was exhausting work, and we were compelled to rest every quarter of an hour on some projecting rock or ledge. All the while, the Hansbach fell beside us in a cascade. For 2 whole days, we followed the staircase down, penetrating 2 leagues deeper into the crust of the earth. On the 3rd day, however, at about 12 o'clock, the fissure suddenly assumed a gentler slope, still tending in a southeasterly direction. The road became comparatively easy, and at the same time, dreadfully monotonous. It would have been difficult for matters to have turned out otherwise. Our journey had no chance of being diversified by landscape and scenery. We pushed on steadily. 3 days later, on Saturday, the 18th of July, we reached a kind of vast grotto. My uncle paid Hans his wages, his usual 3 rix-dollars, and declared the next day a day of rest. On Sunday morning, after breakfast, he decided to put his scientific notes and calculations in order.
Yes, when we return to the surface, I shall want to make a map of our journey. It would not be too difficult. I have noted with the greatest care the angles and slopes we have followed. Hans, take the compass. Tell me how it indicates.
It points east, 1/4 southeast.
So, excellent. I calculate we have traveled 250 miles from our point of departure.
That means that the Atlantic Ocean is over our heads.
Certainly.
At this very moment, perhaps storms are raging above us, men and ships are battling with high winds. Perhaps whales are up there, playing in shoals, thrashing our roofs.
Possibly. But don't worry, there's no danger of them breaking through. But let's get back to our calculations. We are 250 miles southeast of Snæfellsjökull. And according to my previous notes, we have come 16 leagues in a downward direction.
16 leagues? 50 miles into the Earth?
I'm sure of it.
50 miles down? That's the limit allowed by science for the thickness of the Earth's crust.
I agree.
And according to all known laws on the increase of heat, the deeper you penetrate, there should be here a temperature of, let me see now. Yes, a temperature of 1,500 degrees on the Rheomer scale. In which case, these granite walls all about us shouldn't be here at all. They should be in a molten state.
So, you see, my boy? Facts are very stubborn things and overrule all theories. Hans, what temperature does the thermometer indicate on the Rheomer scale?
He indicates... wait, please. He indicates 27 and 6/10 degrees.
Yeah, so science is wrong by 1,474 degrees and 4/10 of a degree. Harry, your great Sir Humphrey Davy, who repudiates the central heat theory, here shines forth in all his glory. He's right, and I have done well to believe in him. Eh, Harry? Eh?
Your calculations lead me to a stupendous conclusion, Uncle.
Then what is that?
Look at it in this way. From this spot where we are now to the center of the Earth is about 1,583 leagues.
1,583 and a quarter.
We'll call it 1,600 in round numbers. Now, out of a journey of 1,600 leagues, we have completed 16.
What then?
Hans, how long has our journey occupied us so far?
It is 20 days.
You're sure of that?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. It is exactly 20 days.
Uncle, you hear that? Exactly 20 days to complete 100th part of our journey. If we go on at this rate, we shall be journeying on for 2,000 days, 5.5 years. To descend 16 leagues, we have made a horizontal journey of 85 leagues, so that we shall have to go about 8,000 leagues.
No, you and your calculations. How do you know that this road will not carry us directly and quickly to our journey's end? Besides, what I have undertaken to do, and never has done before me.
Arne Saknussemm.
Yes, the great Arne Saknussemm. Why should not we be equally successful?
I hope we shall, Uncle, but still, if I may be allowed to suggest...
You are allowed to hold your tongue. And you talk so stupidly.
I was only pointing out...
My boy, whatever objections you raise, whatever fine theories you put forward, we shall go on. Hans?
Yes, master.
We shall go on, shall we not?
We shall go on, if you say so, master.
I do say so. So there you are, my boy. We shall go on. We shall go on.
For several days thereafter, the slopes ahead of us became steeper. Some were frightful, almost vertical. And it seemed that we were forever going down through the solid rock. On some days we descended 1.5 leagues, and even 2 leagues, that is 6 towards the center of the earth. These descents were sufficiently perilous, and as we made them, we learned to appreciate to the full the marvelous coolness of our guide. This grave and dispassionate Icelander had become devoted to us, and he got us over many a dangerous situation where, but for him, our little expedition must have foundered. During the 2 weeks following our last conversation, there occurred nothing worthy of record. But the next event, which I must relate, is indeed quite fearful. And even now, the memory of it makes me tremble and my heart to falter. Our constant and successive descents had taken us quite 30 leagues into the earth. That is to say, that there were above us nearly 100 miles of rocks, oceans, continents, and towns. In a horizontal direction, we were about 200 leagues southeast of Iceland. The 7th of August. On that unforgettable day, the tunnel had taken an almost level course. I was walking in front. My uncle had charge of one of the Ruhmkorff coils. I had the other. By means of its light, I was examining the different layers of granite. Presently, I halted and turned round. Uncle? I had been completely absorbed in my engrossing occupation and had failed to notice. I was alone. Uncle? No reply. I've certainly been walking too fast, or perhaps the others have stopped to rest. Well, the best thing I can do is to go back and find them. I must have walked back for at least a quarter of an hour. Not a living soul. Uncle! 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 No reply. My voice was lost in the myriad cavernous echoes it aroused. For the first time, I began to feel seriously alarmed. A shiver ran through my body. I broke out in a sweat. Keep calm. I must keep calm. I shall find them all right. Of course I shall. There can't be two roads to the center of the earth. It's certain that I'm a long way ahead of them. All I have to do is to go back and find them. I ascended the tunnel for half an hour. I couldn't make up my mind whether or not I recognized certain markings and projections on the walls. Every now and again I paused and listened in case my uncle and Hans were calling, knowing well that in that still atmosphere I should hear them a long way off. But no, there was nothing to be heard. Nothing in all that immense gallery except the echoes of my own footsteps. At last I stopped. Even now I could scarcely believe that I was lost. I was quite willing to think that I had made a mistake, but not that I was lost. If I had made some silly mistake, then surely I should find my way back to my companions. But if I was really lost... No, I would not think of it. I said to myself, back up now, it's all right. Since there's only one road to be followed, they must come by it, and we shall meet. All I have to do is to go back, up the slope. Just a minute, though. It's possible that having missed me, they, too, may have started to search for me. In that case, I must make haste, and I shall catch up with them. Of course I shall catch up with them. There's no doubt about it. But I was by no means convinced of what I said. And as I stood pondering, another fearful doubt assailed me. Was I, after all, really ahead of the others? Well, yes, of course I was. Hans was certainly following behind me, preceded by my uncle. Why, I perfectly recalled how Hans had stopped for a moment to adjust the baggage on his shoulders. It's a trifling detail, but I recalled it clearly. And then I thought, there's another sure means of not losing my way. There's a thread to guide me through all this twisting passage. The Hansbach, our faithful little stream. Come along now, I said. Be on your way. Catch up with them. This wonderful little spring, our little river, which had spared us from thirst for so long, would now lead me straight back onto the right road. But first I thought I would refresh myself with a wash. I stopped to plunge my hands into the waters of the Hansbach stream. But there was no Hansbach stream. There was only the hard and dusty road of granite. No words can describe the despair that seized me. I went down on hands and knees, feeling the hard and arid floor. No stream, not the slightest trace of dampness. Uncle! I was lost, and I was powerless to help myself. Kneeling there, I asked for heaven's help, little as I had a right to be remembered by God. I prayed earnestly and sincerely. I felt calmer after that. I remembered I had with me provisions for 3 days. I remembered that my water gourd was quite full. I must not give up. I must try to find my companions. Which way should I go? Up the slope? Or down? I would go on up the slope, I decided. In that direction, I should eventually reach the point where I had lost the stream. Once there, I could regain the crater of Mount Snæfellsjökull. Why hadn't I thought of this before? I had a bite of food and a drink and started on the ascent of the gallery. An hour passed. I tried to recall the shape of the tunnel to persuade myself that I had come this way before. But I could recognize nothing. And then I stumbled against something solid. Impossible rock. This was the end of the passage. It was a mere blind alley. My last hope was now gone. I was lost in this vast labyrinth without a guide, without a clue, without a compass. When I stumbled, I had damaged my lamp, and I had no means of repairing it. Its light was already becoming fainter. Soon it would go out altogether. I seemed to see a procession of shadows flickering over the granite wall, and I scarcely dared to lower my eyes, fearing to lose this last precious glimmer of light. I completely lost my head. I rose, hammering my fists in despair against the cold stone wall. Madness must have seized me. I knew not what I did. I began to run, rushing willy-nilly in this inextricable labyrinth, tearing down the slope like some crazed inhabitant of the underworld, screaming, roaring, howling, bruised by the projecting rocks, falling and getting up and falling. Where was I going? I did not know. Hours passed, perhaps many. At last, my strength exhausted, I dropped senseless to the floor. When at last I opened my eyes, my face was wet with tears. How long I had lain there, I did not know. I had no means of knowing. I was alone. Alone. Never since the creation of the world had there been such solitude as mine. Overcome with pain and grief, I crouched against the granite wall, endeavoring to compose my mind. Faintness came upon me again, and I thought this must be the of death. Then, suddenly there reached my ears a confusion of sound, like a distant rumbling of thunder, and in it, resounding far, far off, voices. What was it? I listened. A quarter of an hour passed. All about me was so silent that I could hear the throbbing of my own heart. And thus I waited, strangely hopeful. Then, by accident, my ear brushed against the wall, and I appeared to hear the faintest echo of a sound, as if I was listening to vague and incoherent voices. I cried aloud, "It can't be, it isn't true, it's delirium. I'm imagining it." But I listened all the more intently. Now I convinced myself that I heard human voices. I could make out no meaning, no sense in what I heard, but somewhere somebody was speaking. I felt sure of it. Could it be myself? Could it be that my own words were echoing back to me? I bit my lips and again put my ear to the wall. Yes, it was the sound of human voices. So And now I dragged myself along the sides of the tunnel until I reached a point where I could hear more distinctly. Even so, I could only distinguish strange and uncertain words which, for me, had no meaning. Words whispered, as it were, far, far away. And at last I made out a word. Forlorat? What did it mean? I didn't know. I didn't care. It was Danish. It must be either my uncle or Hans who was speaking. I yelled at the top of my voice, "Help! Help!" Then I listened, scarcely daring to breathe. I listened for the slightest sound, a cry, a sigh, a question. But no, all was silence. And now I began to fear that my voice was so weak that my companions who were in search of me would never hear me. It must be they, it must! What other men can be buried down here, 100 miles under the surface of the earth? Then again I listened. I moved my ear over to the wall and found a spot where the voices appeared to be at their loudest. And I heard, too, a noise like the rolling of distant thunder. Now, at last, I understood what was happening. These sounds were not reaching me through the solid mass of granite. They were coming along the gallery itself. The place where I lay had some peculiar acoustic property of its own. A whispering gallery. I heard my own name distinctly pronounced, cast, as it were, into space. It was my uncle, the professor, who was speaking. It was clear that shouting would not help me. In order to make myself heard, I, too, must speak along the wall of the gallery, which would carry my voice as effectively as a wire carries electricity from one place to another. But there was no time to lose. If my companions were to move only a few feet from where they now stood, there would be no acoustic effect, no whispering gallery. I put my lips to the wall, and I said as clearly and as distinctly as I could, "Uncle! Speak!" I waited. I knew that sound did not travel very fast. And besides, I thought the density of the air at this great depth could only tend to slow it down. I waited. Many seconds passed. Seconds which, to my distracted mind, appeared an eternity. And then... Uncle!
That was the third installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjelke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. Next Thursday, at 5:25 in story time, you'll be able to hear the fourth installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, and this is called The Central Sea.
Present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hartwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 4, The Central Sea.
My name is Harry Lawson. I am a nephew by marriage of that now celebrated German scientist, Professor von Hartwig. Professor Hartwig is eccentric, brave, and impetuous. Accompanied by our faithful guide, Hans Bjelke, we descended the crater of Snæfellsjökull. We journeyed many leagues through subterranean passages. We almost died of thirst before Hans discovered a hot spring. One day, I became separated from my companions, 100 miles beneath the surface of the earth. I was alone, lost in utter darkness. I must have gone mad for a while. I ran about, screaming, dashing myself against the granite sides of the passage. And then, as I lay with my head close to the wall, I seemed to hear a strange, distorted jumble of sound far, far away. I seemed to hear voices speaking my name. Could it be that this passage was a sort of whispering gallery? I believed it must be so. I put my lips to the wall, and I said as clearly and as distinctly as I could, "Uncle Hardvig." I waited. To my distracted mind, an eternity passed. Then some words reached my ears and stirred my throbbing heart anew.
Harry, my boy, is that you? Harry, is that you?
Yes. Yes, Uncle.
Where are you?
I don't know.
And your lamp?
My lamp is out. Smashed.
What about the Hansbach, our guiding stream?
I have lost it.
I see. Keep your courage up, Harry. We will do our best.
Uncle, I haven't the strength to answer a lot of questions, but I beg you, for heaven's sake, go on talking to me.
Searching for you in all directions, upwards and downwards in the gallery. I had begun to give up hope, even I, my dear boy. You can never know the tears I have shed. At last, supposing you to be still on the road beside the Hansbach, we came down the gallery again, firing our guns. It may be a long time before we actually meet, but do not despair, my dear boy. It is something gained, even to hear each other.
Uncle, there is one thing I must know.
And what is that, Harry?
I must know how far away you are.
It's not difficult to calculate, I think.
Let us do so. Have you the chronometer?
Of course.
Take it in your hand. Speak my name and note exactly the second at which you speak. I will reply as soon as I hear your voice, and you will note how much time has elapsed when my reply reaches you.
Very good. The meantime between question and answer will be the time taken by my voice to reach you.
Yes, and so we can calculate the distance between us.
Very ready, then. I am about to speak your name.
I put my ear closer to the gallery wall, and as soon as I heard the professor speak my name, I put my lips to the wall and repeated it. At last, at long, long last, my uncle spoke again.
You avoid, therefore, this 20 seconds to reach me. Now, allowing 1,020 feet for every second, we have 20,400 feet as the distance between us. That is a league and a half and 1/8 of a league.
A league and a half? But that's 5 miles.
We shall get over it, Harry. Depend on us.
But in which direction? Will you ascend or descend?
Listen carefully. I understand that this is a vast open space, a kind of bare crossroads with galleries in all directions. The galleries where you are now must necessarily bring you to these crossroads. So pull yourself together, Harry. Take it carefully and continue on your way. Walk if you have the strength. If you cannot walk, drag yourself along. Slide if nothing else is possible. The slope, I think, is steep, probably very steep, but do not fear. You will find strong arms to receive you at your journey's end. Now make a start, Harry. There's a good fellow.
Very well. If you think that's best. Once I leave this spot, we shan't be able to talk any more. I'm starting off now. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Harry. Until we say welcome.
Goodbye, Harry, until we say welcome. These were the last words I heard my uncle speak. I rose unsteadily to my feet, but I soon discovered that I could not walk, that I must crawl and drag myself along. The slope became very steep, and I allowed myself to slide down. The slope steepened. I slid faster and faster. I could do nothing to save myself. Suddenly, the earth gave way beneath me. I was flung forward into a void of solid blackness. It was a sort of well, a vertical gallery. My head struck against a projecting rock. I dropped senseless as if death had already claimed me for his own. Presently, I opened my eyes. I was lying on some thick, soft coverlets, and all about me was a sort of twilight. And my uncle was watching, his eyes moist with tears, fixed steadfastly on my face. I must have spoken or made a sound of some sort, for he suddenly grasped my hand and uttered a cry of joy.
Oh, he lives. He lives.
Uncle.
My dear boy, you are saved. Hans is saved.
We were always sure he would be saved. Good day, Master Harry.
Good day, Hans. Good day. Well, now that we've met again, tell me where we are.
Tomorrow we will talk.
I seem to have lost my bearings entirely. I can scarcely remember anything. Hello? What's wrong with my head?
It is dressed and bandaged, that is all. Sleep now, and tomorrow we will talk.
Yes, tomorrow we will tell you all you want to know.
At least tell me now what the time is, and what day is it?
The time? The day? Why, it is now 11 o'clock at night, and this is once more Sunday. Yes, this is Sunday, the 9th of the month of August.
And that's quite enough. Harry, I forbid you to ask any more questions until the 10th.
Which is tomorrow. Now it is best you sleep.
Next morning, when I awoke, I immediately looked around me. My bed, which was made up of all our traveling rugs, was in an enchanting grotto where magnificent stalagmites glittered with all the colors of the rainbow. Beneath me was a floor of soft and silvery sand, and everywhere was hazy twilight. No torch, no lamp was burning, but certain mysterious beams of light reached me through the entrance of the grotto. And there was something more. I heard, or seemed to hear, a vague, indefinite murmur, like the ebb and flow of waves upon a shore. And sometimes I truly believed I could hear the sighing of a wind. I began to think I must be dreaming. And even when I assured myself that this really was no dream, that I was fully awake, I began to wonder if my brain had been affected by my fall, and all that had happened to me in the last 24 hours was a frenzied vision of madness. But then I thought, then surely not both my eyes and my ears would deceive me at the same time. No, it was a fact that somehow a ray of blessed daylight had penetrated a fissure in the rocks. But what about the murmur of the waves, the sighing of a wind? Perhaps, thought I, perhaps they have carried me back to the surface of the earth during my illness. Perhaps my uncle has given up the expedition. As I was puzzling myself about these things, my uncle joined me.
Good morning, Harry. I fancy you are better this morning, eh?
Yes, Uncle.
Splendid, splendid. You slept soundly, very soundly, my boy. Hans and I took turn and turn about to watch you. Seemed to us you were improving every hour. Eh, Hans, eh?
Oh, yes, he is much better.
You know, I'm jolly hungry. I feel I could devour anything you put in front of me.
Good, you shall eat. I think you have no fever. I put an ointment on your wounds and bruises, an ointment of which only we Icelanders know the secret. I am sure you are better, much better.
My uncle presently put a meal before me, and as soon as I had eaten, I overwhelmed him with questions. He told me that my providential fall had brought me to the bottom of an almost perpendicular gallery, and that I came down amidst a perfect shower of boulders, the smallest of which could easily have crushed me to death. They came to the conclusion that I had dislodged and carried down with me an enormous rock, and riding, as it were, on this fearful chariot, I was cast down and fell almost headlong into my uncle's arms, insensible and covered with blood.
Yes, Harry, it is a miracle that you were not killed 1,000 times over. So let us take care, my dear boy, never to separate again. Never.
Never to separate again? But
that is what I said. Why, what is the matter, Harry?
have we or haven't we returned to the surface of the earth?
Oh, we certainly have not.
I must be delirious. Down in that direction I can see daylight. And don't I hear the whistling of a wind? The murmur of a sea?
And is this all that makes you uneasy?
Well, surely it's enough. Can you explain these things?
I will not attempt to explain them, my boy, for the whole thing is inexplicable. But as to that, you shall see and judge for yourself. My opinion, for what it is worth, is that geological science is only in its infancy, Harry. And we shall astonish the world with our discoveries.
Very well. Let me see for myself, then.
Not so fast, my dear Harry. After what you have been through, you must take great care before going into the open air.
Open air? But when my uncle realized that my unsatisfied curiosity was doing me more harm than good, he gave way. Wrapping myself in one of the coverlets, I hurried from the grotto. At first, I could see practically nothing. My eyes, quite unused to the light, could not bear the brightness, and I had to close them. When I was able to reopen them and to adjust them to the light, I stood motionless, unable to utter a word. Never in my wildest moments had I imagined a scene like this. The sea! The sea!
Yes, Harry. The Central Sea. No future navigator can contest the fact that I discovered it, and hence I have the right of naming it the Central Sea.
A vast, limitless expanse of water. A shore of beautiful, soft, golden sand mixed with small shells. The long, deserted home of some of the creatures of a past age. The waves broke incessantly with a peculiarly sonorous murmur, and many a dash of spray was blown into my face. A mighty superstructure of rock rose above us to an inconceivable height. On all sides were caves and promontories and enormous cliffs, partially worn by the eternal breaking of the waves through countless ages. And the cliffs faded into distance like a fleecy film of cloud. This was in reality an ocean, with all the usual characteristics of an inland sea, only horribly wild, cold, and savage. How was it that I was able to look out on this vast sheet of water instead of finding myself in impenetrable darkness? All before me was lit up, as if by daylight. But some things were lacking. The dazzling brilliancy of the sun, the pale, cold light of the moon, the brightness of the stars. It was evident that the light of this subterranean region, from its trembling and flickering, its clear, dry whiteness, its superiority to moonlight, was electric. Something in the nature of the aurora borealis, only that its phenomena were constant and able to light up the whole of the ocean cavern. The tremendous vault above our heads, the sky, so to speak, appeared to be composed of nebulous vapors in constant motion. There were heavy and dense clouds rolling through the vault, partially concealing the roof. Electric currents produced an astonishing play of light and shade. Deep shadows were cast beneath, and then suddenly, between two clouds, there would come a ray of unusual beauty and remarkable intensity. The effect was sad and melancholy. Instead of a noble sky of blue studded with stars, there was about me a heavy roof of granite. In truth, we were imprisoned, confined, as it were, in a vast excavation. But it was impossible to make out the dimensions of the place. The shore on either hand widened rapidly and was lost to sight, and on the distant horizons a haze bounded our view. As to the height, we could see that it must be many miles to the roof. I felt, as I stood upon that mysterious shore, like some wandering inhabitant of a distant planet gazing upon a new world for the first time. I gazed, I pondered, I admired, all in a state of stupefaction, not unmingled with fear. My uncle, who had been watching my face anxiously, now smiled with satisfaction.
Ah, splendid. You are getting some color back into your cheeks, my boy.
Am I? The air smells good, doesn't it?
Yes, Harry. Breathe it in. Breathe deeply.
Uncle, how long were we in those fearful tunnels? I mean, how long since we descended the crater of Snæfellsjökull?
47 days.
47? The longest days of my life.
Oh, come now. We have achieved great things. Do you feel strong enough to stroll up and down for a little?
Yes, of course.
That's the way. Yes, take my arm, my boy. Slowly now, slowly.
We began to walk along the shores of this great lake. After we had walked about 500 yards, we rounded a steep promontory and found ourselves close to a lofty forest. It consisted of straight trunks with tufted tops, in shape like parasols. The wind seemed to have no effect upon them, for despite a tolerable breeze, they remained as still and motionless as if they were made of stone. We hastened forward, and I said, What trees are these, Uncle? I've never seen anything like them.
Oh, I am sure you have. It's a forest of mushrooms.
Mushrooms? Thousands of mushrooms? 40 feet high? It can't be.
Not mushrooms, I grant you, but nevertheless, mushrooms. Let us go on a little.
The cold and the gloom in the shade of the mushroom forest were intense, and I was glad to return to the light and comparative warmth of the shores of the lake. We had not gone far when we came upon many familiar trees, growing to an exorbitant size. Trees, gigantic grasses, flowering ferns as tall as pines.
Oh, magnificent, splendid. Here we have the whole flora of the transition period spread before us. The common plants of our gardens growing like mighty trees. Look around you, Harry. No botanist ever before gazed on such a sight. A great hothouse and a vast menagerie.
A menagerie? What do you mean, Uncle?
Look at the dust you are treading on. Bones, my boy. The bones of antediluvian animals. Here, look. The lower jawbone of a mastodon.
Yes. And teeth.
Ah, yes. The molars of a dinotherium.
Here's a leg of some sort.
Belonging to a megatherium. Did you ever see anything more splendid? But there, we have seen enough for one day. Let us turn back.
Next morning, I awoke early, feeling completely restored. After my illness and suffering, I thought a swim would do me good, and so I plunged into the waters of the Central Sea. It was cool, fresh, and invigorating.
Oh, you've been for a swim, Master Harry?
Yes, and I'm quite famished.
Good. I have made a fire and cooked a breakfast. Will you have coffee?
Coffee? Yes, please, Hans.
Then here is coffee. Very hot. I think you are better. You are quite recovered.
I think I am, Hans. I say, where are you off to?
I have work to do. Do not worry.
When I had eaten, I returned to the seashore with the professor. The waves were breaking monotonously on the beach, and the waters seemed to be rising.
I imagine the tide is almost at flood.
The tide? Do you mean that the sun and the moon exert a pull on this sea?
Do I not, pray? You can see by this foam that the tide rises at least 10 or 12 feet.
The tides, the winds, the clouds. It's marvelous.
Oh, on the contrary, it's quite natural.
I suppose you might say nothing's impossible. If you won't accept the theory of the Earth's central heat, that is, the deeper you go down, the hotter.
Oh, we have discussed that a dozen times. Sir Humphrey Davy did not accept it, and everything we have seen justifies him.
Nothing is impossible. It's hard to believe. I must try fishing in this sea, Uncle. Perhaps I shall discover some unknown species of fish. Have you any idea where we are?
350 leagues from Iceland.
Over 1,000 miles? What about our direction?
Still going to the southeast with a western declination of 19 degrees 42 minutes.
How far down are we?
We are now exactly 35 leagues. More than 100 miles beneath the surface of the earth.
So we're now probably beneath the Scottish Highlands. The Grampian Hills are over our heads.
Yes, but you need not fear that the vault will fall down and crush us. The mighty architect of the universe is safe and certain in his handiwork.
I'm not afraid of that, Uncle. But tell me, now that we've seen these wonders and talked about them, what are your future plans?
What do you mean, my future plans?
I mean, isn't it time we were thinking of returning to the surface?
Go back? Surely you're not thinking of anything so stupid, so cowardly? My intention is to continue our journey. So far we have been singularly lucky, and I hope we shall be more so in the future.
You intend to cross this sea?
Certainly.
How?
I am not going to swim it, as Leander swam the Hellespont, I assure you. But it stands to reason there's a limit to the extent of the sea.
Then how far away is the further shore?
Oh, I imagine it is some 40 or 50 leagues away, more or less. But we have no time for further discussion. We shall embark tomorrow.
Embark? Where's the ship we're going to embark on?
Who said anything about the ship? My dear Harry, if you were to listen instead of talking so much, you would hear...
Yes? What would I hear?
Listen! Listen!
That's Hans! Hans! Hans!
You speak, Master Harry?
What are you making?
Oh, you like this?
What are you making?
A raft, Master Harry. A raft, that's what it is.
That was the fourth installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hadwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjelke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. Next Thursday at 5:25 in Storytime on Radio 4, you can hear the fifth installment, and it's called The Battle of the Monsters.
This is Radio 4 of the BBC. Welcome again to Storytime. We now present Part 5 of Journey to the Center of the Earth.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hadwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 5, The Battle of the Monsters.
If you have followed my story to this point, you will recall that my name is Harry Lawson and that my uncle is the celebrated German scientist, Professor von Hadwig. I have told you how we chanced upon a fragment of ancient parchment bearing some mysterious runic writing, and how this led us to follow in the footsteps of a 16th century alchemist named Arne Saknussemm into the crater of an extinct volcano in Iceland called Snæfellsjökull, and so on a perilous journey to the center of the earth. Perilous, did I say? Well, judge for yourself. At the outset, we all but died of thirst. Then, for 4 days, I was lost in the darkness of those subterranean passages 100 miles beneath the surface of the earth, and driven to the verge of madness. My uncle cared nothing for such dangers as these. He is an eccentric, impetuous, wonderfully courageous man. As for Hans Bjelke, our devoted guide and companion, well, he went calmly, without argument or complaint, wherever my uncle asked him to go. That was part of his agreement. While I was recovering from the injuries I suffered when I was lost, my uncle discovered a great subterranean sea, illuminated as if by daylight, by some natural form of electricity. He called it the Central Sea. We explored its shores for a short distance and came upon gigantic grasses, ferns as tall as pine trees, and a forest of mushrooms 40 feet high. Presently, when my uncle spoke of embarking on a sea voyage, I thought he was joking.
My dear Harry, if you were to listen instead of talking quite so much, you would hear.
Yes? What would I hear?
Listen.
That's Hans. Hans! I say, Hans! Hans, what are you doing?
You speak, Master Harry.
What are you making?
You like this?
What are you making?
A raft, Master Harry. A raft, that's what it is.
For some moments I was struck dumb with astonishment and awe. The half-finished raft was made from lengths of a very peculiar wood, and a great number of joints, boughs, and pieces were scattered on the sandy shore. My uncle, who had followed me, beamed with satisfaction.
What you see, my boy, is fossil wood. Here is pine, Here is a species of palm of the northern region, all mineralized by the action of the sea.
Then it must be as hard and as heavy as iron. It certainly won't float, Uncle.
Indeed. Well, there's no proof like the proof of demonstration. I will throw a piece into the sea. There. You are convinced?
The fossil wood floated. It was incredible, but it floated. Not for the first time was it borne in on me that my journey to the center of the earth was changing all my preconceived notions. Truly, it would not have astonished me to have seen a fleet of native canoes afloat on that vast grey sea. The very next evening, the raft was finished. It was about 10 feet long by 5 feet wide, and the beams, bound together by stout ropes, were firm and solid. It took the united efforts of the three of us to launch it, but once launched, it floated tranquilly and evenly. The professor was delighted.
Splendid. Splendid, my good Hans. Now we have a means of locomotion other than our legs. Rapid and untiring. Tomorrow, we go forward. We go forward.
On the next day, the 13th of August, we rose early. Hans had fashioned a mast from 2 lengths of wood skillfully joined together and a yardarm from another piece of wood. The sail was a linen sheet, and we had no lack of cordage. I was forced to admit that our raft and equipment looked solid and seaworthy. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when the eager and enthusiastic professor gave the order to make ready, we carefully stowed on the raft all our food, luggage, instruments, weapons, and a good supply of sweet water which we had collected from springs in the rocks. Hans had ingeniously contrived a rudder which enabled him to steer the raft with ease. He took the tiller as a matter of course, and he soon proved himself as good a sailor as he was a guide. At a word from my uncle, I untied the painter. The sail was brought to the wind, and we moved swiftly seawards. Thus were our travels at last resumed. Once more we were setting out into the unknown. Just as we were leaving the little port where Hans had built the raft, my uncle, who was always very keen on naming newly discovered places, turned to Hans.
What shall we call this place, Hans? Our stream, the Hansbach, was named after you. This sea I have called the Central Sea. But this place, where we have embarked on our famous and historical voyage...
We go after Master Harry.
Splendid. Then we shall name it Port Harry.
Port Harry. Yes, this is good. Very good.
How do you like it, my boy?
Well, before you quite make up your mind, Uncle, I have another name to propose.
So? What other name? Come, out with it.
Gretchen.
Gretchen? My goddaughter's name?
Yes, Uncle. Have you forgotten I'm going to marry her?
Dear me. Yes, I believe that is the arrangement.
Port Gretchen will sound very well on our future map.
Port Gretchen. This is good. Very good.
Very well. Port Gretchen, let it be. Farewell, Port Gretchen. Farewell. Farewell.
We left the shore with the wind blowing from the northward and eastward. We sped before it splendidly, and it seemed to me that the winds at that depth, 100 miles down, were much more powerful than winds at the surface.
Such speed. If we continue at this rate, we shall cover at least 30 leagues in the next 24 hours.
Already the northern shore was fading away on the edge of the horizon. To east and west, the shores separated more and more, leaving the open sea before us. Soon, I could see nothing ahead but the apparently limitless ocean. Huge dark clouds cast their grey shadows below, shadows which seemed almost to crush the water by their very weight. Silvery rays of light, reflected here and there on odd patches of the sea, brought out a luminous sparkle in the wake of the raft. Presently, we were wholly out of sight of land. Nothing could be seen save the sea around us. Without any distant point to focus my eyes upon, I could have fancied that we were motionless, except for the phosphorescent sparkle in our wake. About noon, we ran into a mass of seaweed. Never were seaweed so gigantic or so wonderful as those of the Central Sea. We swept past specimens 3,000 to 4,000 feet long, looking like snakes stretching out far beyond the horizon. At last, night came, so the chronometer told us, but the luminous atmosphere was in no way dimmed.
and whatever its true nature and cause, we realized that it was a phenomenon on which we could rely with absolute certainty. As soon as we had eaten our supper, I stretched myself at the foot of the mast and presently fell asleep. Hans remained motionless at the tiller. The wind being aft and the sail square, we ran steadily on. Almost as soon as we left Port Gretchen, my uncle had instructed me to keep a regular log of our daily navigation, with all the most minute particulars: wind direction, weather conditions, speed, distance covered, in a word, every detail and incident of this extraordinary voyage. From this log, therefore, I can tell the story of our adventures on the Central Sea. Friday, August the 14th. A steady breeze from the northwest. We are moving fast, straight before the wind. There is a coast dimly visible to leeward. Nothing to be seen ahead. The extraordinary intensity of the light neither increases nor diminishes. The weather is remarkably fine. That is to say, the clouds have risen to a great height and are light and fleecy, floating in an atmosphere like molten silver. Temperature, 32 degrees centigrade.
You think there are fish in this sea?
No, Hans, definitely not.
No. Why do you think there are no fish?
I think there might have been fish here once, just as there were animals on the seashores, but we saw no animals, only their fossil bones.
Well, perhaps there are no fish, but perhaps also there are. We will see.
Are you going to put a line down?
Oh, yes. See, I have baited him with a little piece of meat, and now I throw him in. Now, we must wait and see.
For a long time, we were disappointed. Then, at last, came a sudden, hard tug on the line. Hans calmly pulled it in.
So, there are fish in this sea. Oh, yes.
Oh, a splendid fish. Well done, Hans.
It's a sturgeon, Uncle. Surely a small sturgeon.
Wait a moment. Give me time to put on my spectacles. So, now pass the fish to me, Hans. Dear me, how he slept. Flat head, round body, bony scales, especially at the lower extremities. No teeth, highly developed pectoral fins, no tail worth speaking of. No, it is not a sturgeon, my dear boy, not by any means. It belongs to a family which has been extinct for countless ages. There are remains of such a fish as this in the Devonian rocks.
A fossil fish, Uncle? Is that what you mean? A living fossil fish?
Yes. Oh, to hold a living specimen such as this, to hold it in one's hand is enough to make a naturalist happy for the rest of his life. It is of the order Ganoides, one of the family of Cephalospiders of the genus Terre. But it is unique, even among fossils.
Why unique?
It is blind, my dear boy. Not only blind, but absolutely without organs of sight. Oh, Hans, go on fishing, I command you. See if you can catch more, and still more.
Very good, master. I fish again.
Hans baited the hook and threw it back into the sea. This subterranean ocean must have been tolerably well supplied with fish, for in 2 hours we took a great number of pterichites, as well as other fish belonging to another supposedly extinct family, the Depterides. All, without exception, were blind. These unexpected captures enabled us to renew our stock of provisions most satisfactorily. Having discovered these fossil fish, I began to wonder whether we should discover some of those huge reptiles, regarded as extinct, but which scientists have reconstructed from bits of fossilized bones. I picked up the telescope and scanned the horizons. I examined every visible part of the sea. It was utterly and entirely deserted. I looked up at the strange and mysterious sky. It was as silent and as empty as the shores we had but lately left. Saturday, August 15th. The sea retains its uniform monotony. The same leaden hue, the same eternal glare from above. The horizon appears to retreat before us as we advance. There is no sign of land. The professor is in one of his morose and unaccountable humors. He spends his time scanning the horizon at every point of the compass, and when the telescope is not raised to his eye, he assumes
Napoleonic attitude. Why? What has he to be angry or annoyed about? Wasn't our voyage progressing under the best of circumstances? Wasn't our humble raft speeding along faster than we had ever hoped? What, then, was troubling him? When for about the 100th time he put down the telescope and paced morosely up and down, I ventured to ask if anything was wrong.
Wrong? Why do you ask me if anything wrong?
You seem uneasy, Uncle.
I am not uneasy, by no means.
But perhaps I should have said impatient.
It is enough to make any man impatient.
I don't see why. I imagine not many rafts have moved faster than we're moving now. It's fabulous.
So it is fabulous. So what does it matter if it's fabulous or not? It's not our speed, but the immensity of the sea which concerns me. It's so much bigger, so much wider, so much faster than I had expected.
Yes, you thought the sea was no more than 30 leagues across.
Exactly.
And already we must have covered, well, at least 90 or 100 leagues. But does it matter?
Does it matter? You ask me, does it matter? My boy, listen to me. We undertook a journey to the center of the earth, did we not? Huh? That is to say, we must descend. Descend all the time, descend, but we are not descending now. We are moving in a horizontal direction. We are not progressing. Oh, this is a waste of time. I did not come here for a picnic. I tell you, this voyage on a raft across a pond irritates and wearies me.
But, Uncle, if we are following the route indicated by Arne Sakison, we can't be very far wrong.
But that is the question, as your immortal Shakespeare puts it. Are we indeed following the route of the great Saknussemm? Did he ever cross this vast central sea? I am beginning to fear that the Hansbach, the little stream we adopted for our guide, has led us astray.
Well, what if it has? In any case, Uncle, we can't regret having come so far. It's worth all the hardships of our journey to enjoy this wonderful scenery.
I care nothing about seeing wonderful scenery. I descended into the interior of the earth with one object, and that object I mean to attain. So pray do not talk to me about admiring scenery or any other sentimental rubbish.
After this outburst, I thought it was well to hold my tongue. Indeed, nobody spoke again until 6 o'clock in the evening, when Hans said,
Master, if you please.
Well, Hans.
Today, I think, is Saturday.
Saturday? What does it matter whether it's Saturday, Sunday, or any other day?
It is important, Master. Today is Saturday, and on every Saturday you pay my wages.
Oh, of course. I undertook to pay your wages every Saturday, no matter where we happen to be. Yes.
$3 rix, Master.
Here. 1, 2, 3.
It is correct. I thank you, Master. Thank you.
Sunday, August the 16th. Nothing new to record. The wind shows a tendency to freshen, perhaps with signs of an approaching gale. When I awoke, my first observation was in regard to the intensity of the light. For I confess that I am seized with a secret fear that this extraordinary electric illumination will in some way become dimmed or obscured, and then perhaps extinguished, leaving us in total darkness. Nothing of the kind, however, occurs. The shadow of the raft, the mast, and the sail are clear-cut on the surface of the water. This wonderful sea, it seems limitless in extent. It must surely be as wide as the Mediterranean, perhaps as wide as the great Atlantic Ocean. On more than one occasion, Hans has tried deep-sea soundings. He tied the cross of one of our heaviest crowbars to the end of a cord, and this he allowed to run out to the extent of 200 fathoms. It did not touch bottom, and he had the greatest difficulty in pulling in the line. This morning he tried again. I went across to help him haul in.
Thank you. Good. He's coming in well now.
Wait, I will lift the crowbar onto the deck.
There.
What is it, Hans?
These marks on the iron crowbar, you see?
Yes. What are they?
Thunder.
Thunder? What do you mean by that?
Teeth. Yeah, teeth.
There was no doubt about it.
The indentations on the iron bar were the marks of teeth. What jaws! What strength must the owner of such teeth possess? Had we disturbed a monster of some unknown species? A monster more voracious than a snake, more terrible and more massive than a whale? There was no means of telling. As on other Sundays, we observed today as a day of rest and meditation. But for my part, I could scarcely take my eyes from the mauled crowbar, or my mind from the terrifying speculations that it aroused. Monday, August 17th. I have been looking at the crowbar again, and truly I am terrified. Again and again I ask myself whether I am fated to face some gigantic reptile of ancient times. And again I answer, no. It doesn't seem possible. I just can't believe it. And yet these marks on the crowbar. Is there any doubt at all that they were made by the jaws of a monstrous crocodile? I fancy the professor in some measure shares my speculations, if not my fears, for after a close examination of the crowbar, he looked long and in all directions over this mighty and mysterious sea. What possessed him to leave the safe shelter of the land, I thought. Determined to be prepared for the worst, I examined our weapons and made sure that they were ready for use. My uncle watched me and nodded his head approvingly. Do I imagine it? Or is there a movement? A swirling of the surface waters, indicating that something is stirring far, far below. Tuesday, August the 18th. Today has passed with no incident worth recording. Now at last it is evening. We are drowsy and ready for sleep. There is no night, properly speaking, in these parts, any more than there is summer in the Arctic regions, as summer is generally understood. Hans remains immovable at the rudder. He must sleep, of course, but when he does, I can't say. This evening, I dropped into a heavy sleep. Some 2 hours later, I was awakened suddenly by an immense shock. The raft seemed to be lifted completely out of the water.
I think it's Frank. Are we shipwrecked?
Look, master. I cannot make it out.
The black mass heaving up and down.
A big research, master.
Yes. A sea lizard of prodigious shape and size.
And there, a whale.
It is indeed a whale, Harry. Her great fins, and see how she blows air and water.
2 columns of water rose to a vast height above the sea. We stood stock still, stupefied at the sight of these fearful marine monsters. Hans seized the rudder which had flown from his grasp and put it hard to windward. But there, to leeward, was a turtle about 40 feet wide and a serpent quite as long, thrusting its hideous head from the waters. Escape was impossible. The reptiles advanced on us, turning and twisting about the raft with fearful swiftness. Nearer and nearer they came, the mighty crocodile on one side, the serpent on the other. I snatched up my rifle in desperation and was about to try the effect of a bullet when Hans checked me. The monsters passed within 100 paces of the raft, then made a frenzied rush at one another. It seemed to me that the other monsters, the whale, the lizard, and the turtle, had joined this fierce and deadly struggle. I pointed them out to Hans, but he shook his head.
No, I think it's best not to fire the gun, Master Harry. There are only 2 animals, and perhaps they do not see us.
Only 2? But surely...
Hans is right, absolutely right. I can see clearly through the telescope. Note down what I tell you, Harry. The first monster has the snout of a porpoise, the teeth of, I will say, a crocodile, the head of a lizard. Now, such a description is apt to deceive us. I would say the most fearful of all antediluvian reptiles,
an ichthyosaurus, or great fish lizard. But the other? What about the other?
A serpent. A monstrous serpent concealed, as it were, beneath the carapace of a turtle.
A sea crocodile. The plesiosaurus.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Quiet now. I wish to concentrate on this wonderful spectacle.
The monsters attacked each other with inconceivable fury, raising mountains of water and showering us with spume. Time and again, we seemed on the point of being overturned. The combatants were joined together in a tight embrace so that I could scarcely distinguish one from the other. An hour passed. 2, 3 hours. Now the great beasts drew closer to the raft. Now they drew away. We crouched, ready to fire instantly, though I, for one, had no hopes we might wound them or scare them away. Suddenly, both monsters vanished under the waves. There was a mighty maelstrom in the midst of the sea which all but sucked us under. Ah, look! They come up again! Shall I shoot?
No. Maybe they kill it completely. Ah, there are not two this time. There's only one. There's only the plesiosaurus.
Now I could see that the great sea crocodile was wounded unto death. I could see its serpent-like neck threshing and curling and twisting in the agonies of dying. Now it flailed the waters like a whip. Now it twisted like a worm sliced in two. In all directions, the water spurted to a great height, sweeping clean over the raft and blinding us. Soon it became clear that the end of the beast was at hand. Its movement slackened. Its contortions almost ceased. At length the body lay inert on the now calm and placid waters. And I thought, so much for the plesiosaurus. But what about the victor? The ichthyosaurus? Has he gone down to some undersea cavern to rest and lick his wounds? Or will he reappear to destroy us?
That was the 5th installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjorke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. You'll be able to hear the 6th installment of this serial at 5:25 next Thursday in Storytime on Radio 4, and that's called The Hurricane.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hartwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 6, The Hurricane.
Before I resume my account of our amazing adventures beneath the surface of the earth, let me remind you of what I have already told you. My uncle is that now celebrated German scientist, Professor von Hartwig. One day, in a book my uncle had recently purchased, we came upon a scrap of ancient parchment covered with runic characters. This, we discovered, was the writing of a 16th century alchemist named Arne Saknussemm. In a few words, Saknussemm described how he had made a journey to the center of the earth by descending the crater of an extinct volcano in Iceland. My uncle, being impulsive as well as clever, insisted that we follow in the footsteps of Saknussemm. So, accompanied by our faithful guide, Hans Bjorke, we too descended the Snæfellsjökull volcano. How we nearly died of thirst, how I became separated from my companions and all but lost my reason, how we set sail on a raft on a great subterranean ocean called the Central Sea, all this I have already told you. And then we witnessed a fearful battle between prehistoric monsters. The ichthyosaurus, or great fish lizard, and a sea crocodile, the plesiosaurus. After 3 terrifying hours, both monsters suddenly vanished under the waves. But presently the plesiosaurus rose again to the surface, writhing horribly in its death agonies. We watched it until it ceased to struggle and sank from our sight. And I thought, So much for the plesiosaurus. But what about the victor, the ichthyosaurus? Has he gone down to some undersea cavern to rest and lick his wounds? Or will he reappear to destroy us? Suddenly, Hans said,
Ah, the wind! The wind! He freshens! See, the sail is filled! We fly! We fly!
Wednesday, August 19th. The wind, which is now blowing violently, has helped us to escape from the scene of the battle. With his usual imperturbable calm, Hans remains at the rudder. But my uncle, who for a short time had been roused from his reverie by the fight, fell again into a brown study, his eyes fixed morosely on the widespread ocean. I confess that even I find our voyage has become monotonous. But I have no desire to have the monotony broken by the perils and adventures of yesterday. Thursday, August 20th. The wind is now north-northeast and blows very irregularly in fitful gusts. The temperature is high. We progress at an average speed of about 10.5 miles an hour. About 12 o'clock, we heard a sound like thunder. I note down this fact without suggesting any reason for it. My uncle had his own theory.
Not thunder, I think. No. It is my belief that there's some distant rock or island. What we hear is the sea breaking violently against it. Hans, leave the tiller, climb the mast. Up with you. So, up. Now look all around you. What can you see? I can see. Yes. I can see nothing. Nothing?
3 hours passed. The sound had now become like a mighty cataract, far, far off.
Uncle? Well, Harry, what is it?
I believe that's a cataract of some sort.
Nonsense.
We're advancing towards some gigantic waterfall, some terrible abyss.
I disagree. I disagree entirely.
I could not help reflecting that if we were to be swept down into some abyss, the professor would welcome it, for it would be that swift and vertical descent to the center of the earth which he is so anxious to make. But what, in fact, was this strange sound? And where did it come from? It struck me that if it came from a cataract, as I believed, if, in other words, this great underground sea cascaded into a lower basin, the current would become stronger and its swiftness would afford me some idea of the peril which faced us. Accordingly, I cast an empty bottle into the sea and watched it anxiously. Current? The current simply did not exist. The bottle lay to leeward without any movement. About 4 o'clock, my uncle said,
Hans, oblige me by climbing the mast again. That's it. Now look carefully. Very carefully. Aha! He has seen something at last.
I think so, Uncle.
Hans, I come. Well, what is it? What have you seen? It is there. To the south, Master. A great spout of water rising from the waves. This is what you saw, Hans? Yes, Master. A spout of water.
Then it's probably another marine monster?
Perhaps, my boy. Perhaps.
In which case, may I suggest we give it a clear berth? Let's steer away from it. To the west.
We steer for the south.
For the south? Uncle, that is madness.
For the south, I say. For the south.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, reckoning as above ground where there is night and day, we were not more than 2 leagues from the great monster. Its black, enormous body lay motionless on top of the water. Its length could not be less than 1,000 fathoms. I recalled that sailors have been said to have gone ashore on sleeping whales, mistaking them for land. What could this terrible monster be?
The water spout rose to a height of at least 500 feet, breaking into spray with a sullen roar. And all the time we were advancing on it, I cried out to my uncle to stop, before it was too late.
We did not come this way to stop.
You're mad, Uncle. If you don't stop, I'll cut away the sail.
Master! Well, this monster, it is an island.
An island? The monster's an island, Harry. What is that?
I don't believe it. Well, what about this great spout of water?
It is a geyser, Master Harry.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. In my country, Iceland, there are many such geysers.
Oh, enough of talk. We sail to this island, Hans.
Oh, yes, Master. But beware the geyser. If he falls on us, we are wrecked. Therefore, I think I steer for the other end of the island.
I was the first to leap onto the rock. My uncle followed. Hans remained seated on the raft, a man above any childish thrills of excitement. The professor and I were now walking on granite mixed with siliceous sandstone. It shivered under our feet like the sides of a boiler and was burning to the touch.
One moment, Harry. Have you brought the thermometer?
Yes?
This water is running from the basin where the geyser rises. Now, what is the temperature?
163 degrees.
So?
And that, Uncle, contradicts all your theories on the subject, doesn't it?
What are you saying? Explain yourself.
Well, the water obviously comes from some place where the heat is intense, and that place is directly beneath our feet.
Certain it is beneath our feet. What about it?
Well, doesn't it confirm the central heat theory? The deeper you descend, the hotter it becomes.
Ha! The water is hot, and that's all. What does it prove against my theory?
Nothing, I suppose. But, Uncle, sooner or later we shall arrive in some region where the central heat will be insupportable. It will be as hot as the Hades of the ancients, believed by them to be the center of the earth.
Now, we shall see. But now we must give a name to this island. Yes, indeed. I named this Harry's Island.
Thank you, Uncle.
You don't need to thank me. I care nothing for your theories. Nothing at all. Come. It is time we were going.
So at length we took our departure, going round the rather dangerous projecting rocks on the southern side. Hans had taken advantage of our halt to carry out some repairs to the raft. Not before they were needed, I might add. Before we set sail, I made some observations and calculations to put down in my journal. Since we left Port Gretchen, we had traveled 270 leagues, more than 800 miles on this great subterranean sea. We were, therefore, 620 leagues from Iceland and exactly under England. Friday, August 21st. This morning, the wind has freshened. We make good progress. The sight and sound of the magnificent geyser have disappeared. And the weather, if I may call it such, is about to change very suddenly. The atmosphere is close and sultry. The clouds seem to be tumbling towards the sea, a dark olive in color. In the south, they are piling up like enormous balls of cotton, one above the other in confusion. The sea is comparatively calm. There can be no doubt that the air is saturated, so to speak, with electricity. My hair literally stands on end, as if under the influence of a galvanic battery. I am writing at 10 in the morning. The portents of a storm become more and more pronounced. The wind has softened as if taking breath for a renewed attack. Above us, the vast funereal pall of cloud hangs like a huge sack. I try to ignore the menacing signs all about us, but I cannot help remarking it looks as if we are in for some dirty weather. The professor says nothing, simply shrugs his shoulders. He's in a detestable temper. I point to the horizon. There's a big storm brewing, Uncle. The clouds are coming lower and lower, as if they mean to suffocate us. Silence. Nothing stirs. Now the wind has dropped entirely. It is as if nature has ceased to breathe. The sail droops in folds on the mast. We are motionless on a dark sea that is as smooth as glass. I reflect that if the wind rises with sudden violence, our sail may be the death of us. I say, lower the sail. It's only common sense.
No! I tell you 100 times no. If the wind strike and do its worst, let the storm sweep us where it will. Only let me see the glimmer of a coast, the line of rocky cliffs. Even if they dash us into 1,000 pieces.
But, Uncle...
You will keep up the sail whatever happens. Keep it up!
The professor had scarcely spoken when the storm burst. The rain falls like solid rods of steel. The wind rises to a raging tempest blowing from the most distant corners of the cabin from every point of the compass. It roars, it screams, it shrieks like demons let loose. The raft leaps wildly over the waves. My uncle is cast headlong to the deck, and with difficulty I drag myself towards him. He clings with might and main to the end of a rope and gazes with pleasure and delight at the spectacle of the unchained element. Hands at the rudder never moves a muscle. The mast holds firm against the hurricane, but the sail bellies out like a bubble about to burst. I shout, the sail! We must lower the sail!
Must I tell you again? Leave the sail alone!
Lower the sail! Oh, Master Harry, leave the sail alone! And now to the fearful claps of thunder are added dazzling flashes of lightning such as I have never seen before. The flashes cross one another, hurled down from every side. Hailstones striking the metal of our boots and our weapons are luminous. The waves rising above us like fire-eating monsters. The crests surmounted by great cones of flame. Sunday, August 23rd. I have almost lost count of time. My notes are incomplete, loose, and vague. The night has been fearful, something not to be described. We are still carried forward at tremendous speed. Where have we got to? Where are we going? Our ears literally bleed. We are unable to exchange a word, to hear each other speak. My uncle lies full length, silent, motionless. Hands never moved. It seems this terrible storm will never end. We are utterly broken by fatigue. We are heading southeast, always southeast. Already we have covered 200 leagues from Aries Island. We have lashed every piece of cargo to the raft, otherwise it must have been swept away. Also, we have tied ourselves to the mast, each man lashing the other. The waves sweep over us, so that we are often underwater. For 3 days and 3 nights we have not spoken. We open our mouths, we move our lips, but no sound comes. My uncle contrived to get his head close to mine. From pure intuition, I fancy, he said to me, we are lost. So now I take out my notebook and I write as well as I can. Take in sail. He nods his head. And at this moment, a disc or ball of fire appears on the very edge of our raft. The sail is carried away bodily. I see it swept up to a prodigious height, like a kite. The ball of fire, half white, half blue, and about 10 inches across, runs here, there, everywhere. It is swept towards us, towards my uncle. A stench of nitrous gas fills the air. And I am ready to choke. On my feet. I cannot move my feet. This globe of electric fire has turned all the iron on board into magnets or lodestones.
our instruments, our tools, and then suddenly the ball of fire burst. A stupendous flash of light. It shows me my uncle cast to the deck, apparently senseless. And there, Hans at the rudder, grim, motionless, imperturbable. Then, all about us, darkness, darkness, darkness. Tuesday, August 25th. The hurricane continues. Where are we going? Where? Our speed is terrific. We must have passed under England, under the Channel, under France, probably under the whole extent of Europe.
Master Harry!
What's that? Someone called my name?
Master Harry! Master Harry! You hear?
Here? Yes, I hear. And
something else? There is land yonder. The sea is smashing on rocks. They are close. They are very close.
oh, land. No, it can't be. You imagine it. Exactly what happened when our raft was cast upon the rocky shore, it is impossible for me to say. I felt myself thrown into the raging seas, and I was saved from death only by the determination of the faithful Hans, who seized me and carried me far out of the reach of the waves and laid me down upon a wide expanse of sand. And here, some time later, I found myself in the company of the professor. Some overhanging rocks afforded us a slight protection, and under this shelter, Hans prepared some food, which I, however, was unable to eat. Exhausted by 3 weary days and nights, we fell into a heavy sleep. The next day, when I awoke, the change was magical. Every trace of the storm had vanished. The wind was gentle and the sea quite calm. I was greeted by the first happy remarks I had heard from my uncle for many a day.
Well, how are you, Harry, my dear boy? You slept soundly. Well, what is the matter with you? Cannot you say whether you slept well or not?
Yes, I've slept well, Uncle. But every bone in my body aches. Oh, you appear to be very cheerful this morning.
Never happier in my life, dear boy. We have at last reached our long-wished-for port.
Do you mean this is the end of our expedition?
No, not yet. But we have reached the further side of the great central sea, the sea which I thought would never end. So now we can resume our journey by land, our real journey to the center of the earth.
Uncle, what about getting back? Back to the surface?
Getting back? What a question to ask. When we reach the center of the earth, we shall find a new road to lead us back to the surface.
And if there is no new road?
We shall turn about and return by the way we came.
In that case, we shall have to repair the raft. And what about the equipment?
There's very little missing as far as I can see. We have lost all our guns.
We haven't a weapon between us.
No weapons. Only this gunpowder. Well, as we have no guns, all we do is give up the idea of hunting. But our scientific instruments, Hans, what about them? Here, the thermometers, the chronometer, the compass, and this, what you call it? The manometer, the most valuable of all. With this, I can calculate our depth as we progress. With this, I shall tell when we have reached the center of the earth.
And food. How much is left, Hans?
Well, the food is here, in these boxes. There are biscuits, salt meat, fried fish, freedom. It is all good. If we are careful, it was last 2, 3, 4 months. Yes, 4 months, I think. 4 months? Oh, then we shall have plenty of time to reach the center of the earth. And to come back again. And with the food that is left over, I will give a grand dinner to all my scientific colleagues in Hamburg.
But at this moment, Uncle, we are somewhere under the Mediterranean.
That may be so, but whether we are under the Mediterranean or under Turkey or the Atlantic Ocean cannot be decided until we are sure that the storm does not drive us out of our course. However, we can easily decide by taking our bearings. Come, let us...
The professor stepped out eagerly towards the rock where Hans had laid out our instruments. He was gay and light-hearted, to all appearances a young man again. I had never known him so amiable and cheerful. I followed him, anxious to know whether I had made any mistake in my estimate of our position. My uncle took up the compass, gave it a shake to bring it to life, placed it again on the rock, and bent his eyes eagerly over it. For some moments he was silent. Slowly he rubbed his eyes and looked again. And then...
No. It is not possible.
What's the matter, Uncle? Uncle, what's wrong?
I cannot speak. Look at the compass.
The needle's pointing to the shore.
Exactly. Then the shore is to the north. The sea is to the south. You realize what this means?
Now, wait a minute. Perhaps it's not working properly, Uncle. I'll give it another shake. There. Let it settle.
It has settled precisely as before. The needle points to the shore.
There must have been a slant of wind during the storm. We've been carried back to the shores of Port Gretchen.
The shores we left, apparently for ever so many days ago. And our voyage, the fearful dangers we have passed through amount to nothing. Every hour, every minute on the raft has been so much time lost. It is cruel. Cruel.
Yes, Uncle. And in my opinion, the time has come to reconsider our position. It is useless to struggle against the impossible.
So, fate plays me these vile tricks. All the elements, air, fire, water, all have combined against me. Well, now they shall learn what a determined man can do. I will not yield. I will not retreat one inch. They shall see who is going to triumph in this immortal contest. Man or nature. Forward, I say. Forward to the center of the earth.
That was the sixth installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hadwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjorke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. We invite you to listen to the seventh installment of this serial next Thursday at the same time, that is 5:25, on this service, that is Radio 4. And the title of the episode next week is The Mysterious Dagger.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hadwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 7, The Mysterious Dagger.
No doubt you will recall much of what I have told you already at our earlier meetings. But in case you have forgotten, let me remind you that my name is Harry Lawson, and that my uncle is that famous, learned, eccentric gentleman, Professor von Hardwig of Hamburg. It seems only yesterday that my uncle brought to his house in the Königstrasse a book in which I discovered an ancient parchment covered with runic characters. It had been written by a certain Arne Saknussemm, an Icelandic alchemist of the 16th century, who claimed to have made a journey to the center of the earth. My uncle insisted that we followed in the footsteps of this great man. So he and I and our faithful guide Hans Björke descended the crater of Snæfellsjökull, an extinct volcano in Iceland, and found ourselves in a maze of subterranean passages and caverns. There we all but died of thirst, and there I was lost in impenetrable darkness and for a little while became demented. Later we sailed on a raft over a mighty sea, the Central Sea, the professor named it. We witnessed a battle to the death between prehistoric monsters, and then were overwhelmed by a fearful hurricane. It was the ever-faithful Hans who saved our lives when we were tossed up on some rocks. Where were we? That was the question we had to decide. My uncle consulted the compass.
Oh, no. The needle is pointing to the shore. The shore is north. The sea is south. Do you realize what this means?
Yes. There must have been a slant of wind during the storm. We've been carried back to the shores of Port Gretchen.
The shores we left, apparently forever, so many days ago. Every hour, every minute on the raft has been so much time lost. So, fate plays me this vile tricks. Air, fire, water, all combined against me. Well, now they shall learn what the will of a determined man can do. I will not yield. I will not retreat 1 inch. We shall see who is going to triumph in this immortal contest. Man or nature. Forward. Forward, I say, to the center of the earth.
Uncle, listen to me.
To the raft. To the raft. We sail again.
Listen to reason.
What is it, Harry?
Uncle, there must be some limit to our ambition. We can't achieve the impossible. You know as well as I do that we are quite unready for another sea voyage. It's absolute madness to contemplate a second voyage. A 500 leagues on a wretched pile of beams? With another bedsheet for a sail, a stick for a mast, and probably a tempest to contend with? We can't steer our raft adequately, so we shall be at the mercy of any foul weather we run up against. I tell you, Uncle, it's an act of sheer lunacy to take risks for a second time on this treacherous sea.
What are you saying?
You've not heard a single word I've been saying.
No, I have not, Harry. Come to the raft.
This time, Uncle, you must listen. You must hear me. The raft isn't even seaworthy.
Then we must make it seaworthy again. I will instruct Hans.
If you say so. But it's going to take time to repair.
They have plenty of cordage. It will take Hans, no time at all. Yes. We shall see who is going to triumph, man or nature.
Such was the result of my attempts to overcome the professor's stubborn will. I tried again. I begged, I implored him, but all to no purpose. Meanwhile, Hans set about repairing the raft, and before long he had raised a new mast and a new sail which snapped merrily in the breeze. The professor spoke a few words to Hans, who nodded calmly and immediately began to stow our baggage on board and to prepare for our departure. In a mood of stolid and sullen resignation, I was ready to board the raft when my uncle put his hand on my shoulder.
There's no hurry, my boy. We shall not embark until tomorrow. Now, since fate has cast us cruelly back on these shores, I think we should not leave them without making a thorough inspection of them.
Very well, Uncle. let us set out on another journey of discovery.
That is the spirit. We can leave Hans here. He has quite enough to get on with. I imagine Port Gregson to lie somewhere to the west of this place. These shores, in fact, are new to us. There should be a lot to interest us here.
The distance between the high water mark on the foreshore and the foot of the rocks was considerable. As we trudged along, our feet crushed innumerable shells of every shape and size, shells that had been the homes of animals in the early period of creation. I particularly noticed some truly enormous shells, carapaces of turtles and tortoises, more than 15 feet in diameter. For a full mile, we followed the curvings of the Central Sea, advancing sometimes with great difficulty over broken masses of granite mixed with flint, quartz, and alluvial deposits. Suddenly, my uncle stopped.
It is a cemetery. It is bones. Bones. All bones.
On that spot, some 3 square miles in extent, was accumulated the whole history of animal life. When we moved, our feet crushed with a dry, cracking sound the remains of countless prehistoric fossils. I was quite bewildered, and my uncle, for his part, stood with his arms raised towards the granite vault which served us for a sky, his mouth wide open, his eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. For some minutes, he stood thus, literally agape at the magnitude of this discovery. And then suddenly he darted forward, caught up an object, and cried in excitement,
Harry! You see what this is? A human skull!
It was indeed a human skull, perfectly recognizable. Had the peculiar nature of the soil preserved it through countless ages? I couldn't say, nor for that matter could my uncle. But this head, with its tight, stretched and parchment-like skin, with the teeth whole, the hair abundant, was before our eyes, almost as if in life. Soon we found more human skulls, and then complete skeletons. My uncle could scarcely believe his eyes.
Oh, is it not marvelous to contemplate? And does it not raise a great question? Were these human bodies dragged down to these steps by some convulsion of nature? Or did they exist here below? Were they born? Did they live? Did they die here as we are born, live and die on the surface of the earth? Now, what is the answer to that, my boy?
I don't know, Uncle. But one thing strikes me.
What strikes you? Come on, now, out with it.
Are any men of this ancient race still alive? Are they still wandering about on the shores of this subterranean sea?
A very good question. Who knows? Who knows?
It may not be a laughing matter, Uncle. If there are men still here, how are they going to receive us?
Another good question. I will give my mind to it. Meanwhile, let us explore further.
For a long and weary hour, we tramped over the great bed of bones. Presently, the shores of the Central Sea were lost behind hills. These hills and the rocks and what appeared to be far-off forests all had a weird and mysterious aspect under the steady glare of some form of electric illumination. The imprudent and enthusiastic professor, who did not care whether he lost himself or not, hurried me forward. And after about a mile, we came to the edge of a vast forest. Here stood huge palms. Yonder were pines, yews, and cypresses, all seemingly bound together by a carpet of creeping plants. The professor was in ecstasies.
Do you observe? Do you recognize? Do you realize this is an immense forest of the tertiary period, growing as it grew in days of old? Wonderful, wonderful. Look at those superb palmacites, a genus of fossil palms of the Carboniferous, Magnificent. Truly magnificent. And over here, see trees that a modern child might recognize. Oak, poplar, Norwegian pine. And that surely is an Australian eucalyptus. And there's a New Zealand coral reef. Uncle! Come along, don't let us dawdle. There's still so much to see. Here, a common maple. But did you ever see a maple of such gigantic proportions? What's that? I cannot hear anything. Do come along now.
Elephants! Living elephants! Look! A great herd of them.
No, not elephants. Not our modern elephants, dear boy. Mastodons, mammoths, alive and thriving, eating the foliage of this great forest. Marvelous. Come, we must take a closer look of them.
Stop! If those beasts stampede, what chance shall we have? No human creature could possibly withstand.
No human creature, did you say? You're mistaken, my dear boy. Look yonder. There is a human being high. A man like ourselves.
I looked. Not more than a quarter of a mile off, leaning against the trunk of an enormous tree, was a human being. A Proteus of the underworld, a new son of Neptune, tending this great herd of mastodons. His height I judged to be above 12 feet. His head, as big as that of a buffalo, was lost in a mane of matted hair, and in his hand he held the branch of a tree, serving him as a shepherd's crook. For some minutes we neither moved nor spoke. And then I realized that if this giant but turned his head, he might very easily see us. Panic seized me. Grasping my uncle by the arm, I dragged him back. And for the first time, he did not resist me.
Stop it. I can run no further.
Yes, I think we're safe here. Sit down. Get our breath back.
Thank you. Thank you, my boy. Yes, it's better. I am reminded of a phrase in the Latin. Immanis pecoris custos, immanis ipse.
The keeper of gigantic cattle, himself a giant.
Precisely. What a man! What power, what strength!
I just don't believe it.
You don't believe it? You don't believe the evidence of your senses? Of your own eyes?
The giant was real enough, I grant you, Uncle, but I don't believe he was a man like us. Not Homo sapiens.
Oh.
It stands to reason that no generation of men such as we are can inhabit this subterranean world.
Why not? Why not, please?
Because if they did, they would all know about us who live on the surface. They would have communicated with us.
Possibly.
But that was a man-like creature, but it wasn't a man. A gigantic monkey of some sort.
I will think over your views and opinions. And now that I am quite recovered, my boy, let us continue with our explorations.
We made our way towards the Central Sea. Though this was new territory to us, I noticed every now and then certain rocks which in shape and formation reminded me forcibly of the rocks at Port Gretchen. There were also streams and cascades tumbling from above the rocks, and this seemed to confirm the puzzling compass reading and our extraordinary and involuntary return to the north shore of the Central Sea. Then, as we pushed on, the unrecognized appearance of a stream or the profile of a rock threw me into doubt. I said, "Have we ever come this way before, Uncle?"
I'm just wondering this myself. I wish I could be sure.
Well, we were not cast ashore exactly at the spot we sailed from, that's quite certain. I think the storm must have driven us above our starting point. Therefore, if we follow this coast, we shall come to Port Gretchen.
In that case, it is useless to continue our exploration. The best thing we can do is to return to Hans and the raft.
Yeah.
Are you quite sure of our bearings?
Well, not quite sure, Uncle. These rocks are so much alike. All the same, I seem to recognize this cape as the place where Hans built our raft.
I fancy we must be very close to Port Gretchen, even if we haven't reached it already.
My dear Harry, if this were Port Gretchen, we should find traces of our footsteps, or at least some signs that we have been here. But there's nothing. Nothing.
Just a moment. I can see something. Yes, I was right after all, Uncle.
And what have you found? Oh, the rusty old dagger. Why did you bring that thing with you? That's no good at all.
I've never set eyes on it before. Isn't it yours?
Mine? I don't recognize it at all. I'm sure it was never mine.
That's very puzzling.
Not in the least. The explanation is simple. Icelanders like these old-fashioned weapons. Obviously, this knife belongs to Hans. He must have dropped it without knowing.
No, Uncle. This doesn't belong to Hans. I know him and his habits too well.
Hmm?
Could it be the weapon of some ancient warrior? Or of some living creature? Like that gigantic shepherd with his mastodons? And yet, such a creature, if he carried a knife at all, would be armed with a stone knife. Flint, or just possibly bronze. But this knife is steel. Steel, I tell you.
Steel, certainly. But calm yourself, Harry. This weapon is a true dagger, such as was carried by gentlemen in their belts during the 16th century. Clearly, this one is of Spanish workmanship. It does not belong to you, or to me, or to our worthy Hans. Not to any living creature in the interior of the earth. Then look closer, my boy. The blade was never blunted like this, with fair wear and tear. No. Observe now. It is thick with rust. And this rust is not merely a day old, not a year old, not even a century old.
But, Uncle...
Listen, I say. We are now on the verge of a great discovery. This dagger, a wonderful and fortunate find, my boy, has lain on the sands of this shore for more than 100 years, more than 200, more than 300 years. And it was used, or so I firmly believe, by someone endeavoring to carve an inscription on these rocks.
Well, if your theory is right, someone brought the knife here. Someone used it here. In a word, somebody has been here before us.
Yes, Harry, yes. Now you know the importance of your find. A man has been here before us. A man who has tried once more to indicate the right road to the center of the earth. Let us look around. Let us see what we can find. Forward! Forward!
We walked along the wall of rock, looking into every tiny fissure which might widen out and prove to be the road to the center of the earth. Presently we reached a spot where the beach narrowed and the sea almost lapped the base of the rocks, which here were very steep. At last, beneath a huge overhanging rock, we discovered the entrance of a dark and gloomy tunnel. And here, on a tablet of granite, which had been smoothed by rubbing it with another stone, we could see two mysterious and much worn letters, the initials of the bold and extraordinary traveler who had preceded us on our great adventure.
Yes. I was right. I was right. Arne Saknussemm. Always the great Arne Saknussemm.
Since the start of our journey, I had experienced many surprises and suffered many disappointments. Indeed, I believed that I was hardened against all further surprises, that I would neither see nor hear anything to astonish me again. When, however, I saw those two letters carved in the rock, when I held in my hands the very dagger which had carved them more than 300 years before, I was struck dumb with wonder. My uncle, on the other hand, was seized with a sort of poetical ecstasy.
Saknussemm, you great and glorious genius. You have left no stone unturned to show other men the road to the center of this mighty globe. Your fellow creatures can now follow the trail made by your illustrious footsteps 300 years ago. Your name, carved at every important stage of your journey, leads the hopeful traveler direct to the great discovery to which you devoted such energy and courage. And doubtless the audacious traveler who follows your footsteps to their destination will find the same initials carved at the very center of the earth. I will be that audacious traveler. I, too, will carve my name on the same spot. But in justice to your devotion, to your courage, and to your being the first man to indicate this road, let this cape, seen first by you on the shores of the sea discovered by you, let this cape be known for all time as Cape Saknussemm.
I confess I was roused to a pitch of wild enthusiasm by my uncle's stirring words. What another man had done in ages past could, I felt, be done again, and I was determined to do it myself. Forward, forward, I cried, using the professor's watchword. And I started in the direction of the somber gallery, the road we had to take.
Stop, boy, stop. Let us not lose our heads in this wonderful moment. Before anything else, we should return to our good friend Hans, and then we can bring the raft round to this point.
Oh, very well, but don't let's waste time, Uncle. Come along. When you come to think of it, everything has worked out for the best, Uncle.
Not quite so fast, please. Hold for the best, Harry. So, you begin to realize that now.
Yes, Uncle. Even that fearful hurricane was our friend. It put us on the right road.
I agree. There is something providential in the way we were blown back here. And to make the great discovery of Cape Saknussemm, it's almost beyond belief. I beg you not to go quite so fast, Harry.
It's only that I'm anxious not to waste time, Uncle. I can see exactly how things are working out for us. We shall take a northern route. We shall pass under the northern regions of Europe, Sweden, Russia, Siberia, and who knows where, instead of burying ourselves under the burning plains and deserts of Africa. Let us go on as we're going, and heaven will be our guide.
Yes, Harry, yes. We shall leave the flat sea behind us, and we shall descend, forever descend. Do you know, my dear boy, that to reach the center of the earth, we have only another 5,000 miles to travel?
Oh, 5,000? It's scarcely worth talking about. The thing is to get going.
Yes, to get going. Forward to the center of the earth.
Thus our wild speeches continued until we rejoined our patient and phlegmatic guide. All was ready for our departure. Every single package and parcel was stowed in its allotted place. We boarded the raft and hoisted the sail, and Hans guided our frail craft towards the newly named Cape Saknussemm. About 6 o'clock in the evening, we sighted a suitable place to land. I was the first to leap ashore. My uncle and Hans followed more sedately. I was still terribly excited and anxious to make a start without any further delay. For once in a way, my uncle was more prudent.
My dear boy, I am as anxious as you are to make a start. But before we do anything else, let us survey the mysterious gallery which marks the beginning of our road. Then we can decide if we need to prepare and mend our ladder.
The professor set about testing our Ruhmkorff's coil, which would soon be needed to provide us with light in the galleries. While he was doing so, Hans hitched the raft to a projecting rock scarcely 20 paces distant from the gallery. At length my uncle declared that he was ready, and we advanced in single file, myself in the lead. The opening to the gallery was circular, about 5 feet in diameter. The floor was roughly at water level, and we were able to enter it without hindrance. As we went forward, I counted my steps into the tunnel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11...
Go on, Harry. What's stopping you?
I can't go on.
Why not? Why not?
The way is blocked. This confounded stone.
Huh? Solid granite. A block of solid granite. Is there no way around it?
None.
Or beneath?
No.
Or above?
No.
Is there no sign of another opening to right or left?
Nothing, Uncle. Nothing at all.
This is intolerable. Intolerable. Why? Why is the stone here? It has no business here. This is our proper road, I am convinced. No, I do not understand this.
What about Arne Saknussemm, Uncle?
Huh?
What about Arne Saknussemm? Do you imagine...
You're right, my boy. Saknussemm penetrated to the center of the earth. He can never have been checked by a block of stone.
Of course he wasn't. No. At one time, this passage was quite clear. You can tell that by the smoothness of the walls. But some time or other, there's been an earthquake which brought down this solid granite wall.
I'll wager it wasn't here when Saknussemm passed this way, and what I say is this. If we don't smash it down somehow or other, we're not worthy to follow Saknussemm. We don't even deserve to reach the center of the earth.
Bravo, Harry. Let us get to work with pickaxes and crowbars. Hans, the tools. Fetch the tools from the rock.
A moment. If we work 1,000 years, we shall never shift this rock with pickaxes.
What then? What then?
There is another way. We can blast the rock to smithereens. Gunpowder.
Yes. To work! To work!
That was the 7th installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall and Professor von Hardwig by Geoffrey Banks. And it was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. We invite you to listen to the 8th and the final installment of this serial next Thursday at 5:25 on this service, Radio 4.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hardwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 8, The Journey is Ended.
And now I have reached the last chapter of our amazing and incredible adventure. Not that we realized it at the time, of course. There were, as my uncle said, some 5,000 miles between ourselves and the center of the earth. But there, perhaps I should first remind you who I am. My name is Harry Lawson, and my uncle is none other than that brilliant scientist, Professor von Hardwig of Hamburg. You may recall that he determined we should follow in the footsteps of a certain Arne Saknussemm, a 16th century alchemist, who had made a lone journey to the center of the earth. As you well know by now, my uncle is a man not to be denied. So off to Iceland we went, and accompanied by our faithful guide, Hans Bjelke, we descended the crater of the extinct volcano called Snæfellsjökull. I have described at length the many perils we faced in those underground passages and caverns. Then how we sailed on the great central sea and were there overwhelmed by a hurricane which drove us back to our starting point. Yet that was our good fortune. For we found close at hand the road taken 300 years before by Arne Saknussemm, the road to the center of the earth. To our dismay, the way ahead was blocked by a huge mass of granite. There was no way round it, or under it, or above it. Nor was there any hope of moving it with pickaxes. I said to the professor, "There is another way. We will blast the rock to smithereens."
Gunpowder. Yes. To work, Hans, to work.
I come, master. What is it you wish? I have a crowbar and pickaxe.
You are to make a cavity in the rock here, Hans. No, lower down, here.
Yeah.
A cavity big enough to hold 50 pounds of gun cotton. You understand?
Oh, yes, I understand. A big hole here. I will see to it.
Now, Harry, my boy, we must prepare a fuse of wick. Then we will wrap our explosive in a bag and pack it into the hole Hans is making.
I'll see to it, Uncle. We'll succeed. We're bound to succeed.
Of course we will succeed. When everything is in place, all we need is a spark. One tiny spark, and this wretched rock will be blown to atoms. Come, let us have everything ready. Then we may rest until tomorrow.
The morrow was the 27th of August. And even now, so long afterwards, my heart beats wildly at the memory of that fearful day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, we were up and ready. I begged that I should be allowed to ignite the explosive, and my uncle agreed. Our plan was simple. The professor and Hans would wait on the raft, and there I would join them as soon as I had fired the fuse. We calculated that the fuse would burn for at least 10 minutes before the explosion was touched off, and we should therefore have plenty of time to put out safely to sea. We made a good breakfast. Then the professor, who, like myself, was a little on edge, asked abruptly,
You are ready, Harry?
"Quite ready, Uncle."
The lamp. You have a lamp to light the fuse.
"I have it here."
Then be off, and heaven go with you. Be back as quickly as you can, my boy. I'm all impatient.
"Oh, don't worry, Uncle. I shan't dawdle. Give me a shout when you want me to fire the fuse."
Are you ready?
"Yes!"
Then fire away!
I could see my uncle watching me from the raft, chronometer in hand. I opened the lamp and ignited the fuse. It crackled and sparkled, hissed and spat like a serpent. I did not stay to watch it, but pelted for the shore.
Well done, my boy. Hands cast off.
It is done, Master. There is little wind. I must use the pole.
With his long pole, Hans sent us flying over the water. My uncle never raised his eyes from the chronometer. In a few seconds, we were fully 40 yards from the beach. Then, 5 minutes to go. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. My uncle did not move. Half a minute to go. 20 seconds. 10. My uncle took up the count.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Now shatter to pieces, you granite wall!
What happened then? Mercifully, my memory of those terrifying moments is dimmed. But it seemed to me that the rocks on the shore were torn aside like a curtain. The sea rose in a mountainous mass, the raft with it. We were thrown to the deck, and there was darkness all about us. The raft seemed to be hurtling down a gigantic well. I tried to speak, but could not. I could hear nothing but the roaring of the waters. Presently, my mind cleared a little. I began to understand what had happened. The explosion had created a sort of earthquake. Beyond the granite wall which we had shattered was an abyss, doubtless the road once followed by Saknussemm. Into this we had been hurled, dragging, as it were, the central sea with us. Time passed. We sat close, elbow to elbow, knee to knee, grasping each other's hands. The raft spun, struck the wall, sped on and on, down and down at horrifying speed. In my heart was the certainty that we were doomed. Presently, Hans spoke.
Dark. I do not like this dark. The room cost coal, Hans. Will it give a light?
No. Smashed in pieces.
We can't light a torch, that's certain.
My torch will not keep burning. There is too much rain. But there is the lantern.
Can you light it? Will it burn?
We will see. We will see. Ah, there. He burns. He flickers in the wind. But here's something. He is better than the dark.
Yes, Hans, yes. Better than the dark.
We seemed now to be in a wide cavern, hurtling along at a speed, I truly believe, of 100 miles an hour. My uncle and I stared wild-eyed at each other as we clung to the mast. Hours passed. I lost all count of time. Then it struck me that we should examine our cargo so that we had some idea of our resources. I spoke to Hans, and he answered.
Cargo? I do not know.
Well, let's see. Take the lamp, Hans. First, what are our scientific instruments?
Here's a chronometer. Here's a compass. Nothing else.
That's bad. What about ropes and tools?
One little piece of rope tied to our mast. No pickaxes. No crowbars. No hammer. Nothing else.
Food?
You ask for food?
Yes. How much food is left?
There is this little piece of dried meat. There are these biscuits.
What else?
Nothing.
There must be some more.
There is nothing. Nothing.
A piece of dried meat. A few wet and moldy biscuits. Terrified at the prospect of starvation, I searched the raft, examined the cracks poked between the beams, looked into every hole and corner. The result was nothing. Now I was desperate and terribly afraid. I stretched myself on the raft and watched the lamplight as it became fainter and fainter and finally burnt out. Perhaps then I fainted. Perhaps I only slept. When I opened my eyes again, the darkness was complete. But something had happened whilst I slept. What was it? Silence. No roaring. No rushing waters. Then my uncle spoke.
Harry! Harry, my boy! Where are you?
Here, Uncle. Here is my hand.
You realize what has happened? We are going upward.
Upward? But that's impossible.
We are going upward, very fast. Hands the torch. Can you light the torch?
Perhaps. There is now no wind to blow him out. I think he will burn in a moment. Now, he's a good flame.
Bravo.
Look, we go up, in a well.
Yes, a well. A narrow vertical shaft. It is clear, Harry, that the waters of the Central Sea have flooded the bottom of the shaft and are now pushing us upward.
Yes, Uncle. But the question is, where does this shaft end?
As to that, I am as ignorant as you. But I think we should be prepared for the worst.
If there is no opening to this shaft, then we shall either be crushed against the granite roof or suffocated. As it is, I don't seem to breathe very well.
It is a desperate situation, Harry. But I say, while there's life, there's but hope. Let us cheer ourselves. Let us eat.
Eat?
Eat, I say. Come and serve us some food.
Oh, Master, it cannot be.
Come, we all need food. Or do you mean that our provisions are lost?
Is this handful of meat? There are these biscuits. All else is lost.
You are sure, Hans?
I am very sure, Master.
Well, what do you think of our chances now, Uncle?
I think, my boy, I think we must make up our minds to eat. It will do us no good to stare at these few scraps. Hans, pass me the meat and biscuits. If a man's heart beats, then I say he continues to hope. There. I have made 3 portions of the food. Your portion, Harry. Yours, Hans. What are you smiling at, Hans?
Master, I have something here. To eat, something to drink. A bottle of Schiedam.
Schiedam, Holland gin. Splendid, splendid. Approach the bottle, my good Hans. Take a drink, then pass it around.
It is good. Very good.
Excellent. It will put strength into all of us. Good Hans.
For a long time, I lay still and silent. When I looked again at the chronometer, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. It seemed to me that the temperature about us was rising, and the air, or lack of it, at times made breathing difficult. I said bitterly, well, if we're not drowned or flattened like pancakes or don't starve, we shall have the satisfaction of being burned alive.
What is that, my boy? Hans, give me the torch. I want to examine the walls of this shaft.
Here, my master.
Thank you. This is eruptive granite. And we are still going up. Who knows? Yes. Who knows?
I wondered what my uncle meant. Could he somehow calculate the thickness of the crust over our heads? He put his hand on the rocky walls of the shaft and muttered again.
And this is silicous mineral. Good. Undoubtedly the transition period. What then? What then?
As we ascended further, the heat became well nigh unbearable. We removed our jackets and waistcoats. Presently, I touched a rock and found it so hot that I plunged my hand into the water to cool it. Involuntarily, I cried, "Take care! The water's scalding!"
What, Harry?
The water, it's scalding. Is there a furnace up above us?
Impossible. Quite impossible.
Then what does it mean? Where are we? Where are we going? Hans!
Here is the compass.
The thing's gone mad. First it points north, then south, now north again. That means the magnetism around us is in a state of flux. It means... That noise. You hear it?
What is frightening you, my boy?
Don't you hear? Don't you realize the water we're floating on is almost boiling and the compass has gone mad? It must be an earthquake.
I hope for something better than an earthquake.
What do you mean?
An eruption. I have every reason to think we are in the shaft of a crater, in full volcanic action and vigor. And I beg to tell you that it is the most fortunate thing that could happen to us.
Fortunate? You say we're about to be vomited from the earth with flames, rocks, cinders, and you call it fortunate?
Certainly. It is the only chance we have of escaping into the light of day.
I tried to calm myself, to think things out logically and sensibly. My uncle was right, absolutely right. We were being thrust up through the Earth's crust, not on this occasion in an extinct volcano like Snæfellsjökull, but in a mountain of fire in full activity. From Cape Saknussemm, we had been swept northward many hundreds of leagues. Where, then, were we now? Under Iceland? Should we be belched up through Mount Hekla, or through one of the other 7 fire funnels of the island? But what did it matter? We were doomed anyway. Towards morning, our speed of ascent increased still more. The vertical gallery became wider and wider. To right and left, I could discern long, dark corridors emitting thick and suffocating vapors and flickering tongues of flame. This, I thought, this surely is the end. My uncle, however, was not in the least perturbed.
My dear boy, it is merely burning sulfur. That is the common thing with a volcanic eruption.
But if the flames engulf us...
They will not engulf us.
Well, I suppose it's all the same, whether we choke to death, burn to death, or drown in scalding water.
There is no water. We are rising on a bed of lava. What is the time, good Hans?
8 o'clock, master. 8 o'clock of the morning.
Strange. It's gone very quiet. What's happened?
We do not go up anymore. That is what happens.
The eruption has stopped. We are not moving.
Do not be alarmed. Before we are many minutes older, we shall continue our journey to the mouth of the crater. We are concerned with a volcano. The eruption is intermittent. It is compelled to breathe, just as we do. Here we go again. Hang on tight, my friends. Hang on tight.
We ascended and stopped. Ascended and stopped again. I cannot say how many times the process was repeated. The heat became intense. I sweated from every pore. I must have become lightheaded, for I remember dimly how the powerful arms of Hans suddenly clasped me.
Be still, Master Harry, be still. For the rest will take your head on the vault of the shaft. Everything is all right. It is all right.
I have only a confused recollection of continual detonations, of the shaking of the granite walls, of the raft whirling like a spinning top as it floated on a stream of hot lava. Huge flames roaring all about us. A hot, searing wind blowing from the secret furnaces of the earth. My heart throbbing with terror. This is all I remember. When I opened my eyes, I felt Hans clutching me by the belt. With the other hand, he supported my uncle. I realized presently that I was lying on a mountain slope, scarcely 2 paces from a gully into which I would surely have slipped at the first false step. I was not hurt, but stiff, bruised all over.
like a man rousing from a dream. My uncle asked,
Where are we?
Who can tell, Master?
In Iceland?
No, not Iceland.
How do you know?
Look about you, Master.
we should be at Spitsbergen, I thought. I expected to see a snow-covered cone and widespread glaciers. But no. Here was sunlight. Intense, warming, piercing sunlight. We had been cast from the crater half naked, and I could feel the warmth of the sun soaking through and through my body. After some delay, the professor spoke.
No, it really does not look like Iceland.
Perhaps it's the island of Jan Mayen.
Out of the question, my boy. This is not a northern volcano.
Oh, it's easy to say that, Uncle, but you can't be sure.
Look, my boy, down to the base of the mountain. Now, what do you see?
Trees.
What trees? You recognize them?
Could be olives. Figs.
Exactly. And yonder there are vines loaded with grapes.
And now, as my eyes became accustomed to the brilliant light, I saw beneath me the waters of a sea or lake, which made an island of this enchanted land. Over towards the rising sun was a small port, clustered with houses. Strange-looking boats were anchored in the harbor. Far beyond, numerous small islands could be seen, so many that I was reminded of bees about a beehive. To the west lay a distant mountainous coastline, with one prodigiously lofty cone surmounted by heavy clouds. To the north, there was nothing but water, sparkling in the sun. I asked, where can we be?
Now, wherever we are, it is rather warm. And what is more, the volcano is erupting. And I see no sense in staying here to receive a piece of rock upon my head. Let us descend and find somebody who will tell us where we are. To tell the truth, I feel I'm dying of thirst and hunger. Forward, Hans, forward.
We slithered over piles of ashes, avoiding the streams of hot lava which glided horribly beside us like serpents. As we slipped and scrambled, I said, we must be somewhere in Asia. On the coast of India, perhaps, or Malaya. We've crossed through the globe and come out at the Antipodes.
But the compass, my boy. Explain the compass. It always pointed northward.
I can't explain it. It's a mystery.
No mystery at all. The compass lied.
The compass lied? How do you know?
Because if it didn't lie, we are now at the North Pole. Does that strike you as reasonable?
I did not know what to think. Nor did I much care, for I, too, was tormented with thirst and hunger. After a 2 hours' march, we reached a beautiful spread of country where olives, pomegranates, and vines abounded. What a delight it was to press these fruits to our lips. Not far off, near some fresh and mossy grass, I found a spring of fresh water. And here we paused to wash our hands, feet, and faces. While we were doing this, a small boy appeared between two tufted olive trees. I cried, here's a small inhabitant of this happy land. Boy! Boy!
He runs away. Catch him, Hans. Catch him.
I will. Boy, come here. Come here.
The boy was poorly dressed and terribly scared at our appearance. And who would blame him? Half naked with tangled hair and ragged beards, we must have looked very ill-favored in his young eyes. Hans caught up with him and dragged him back.
Here he is. But he will not speak. Nothing will he say.
Let me try, Hans. Wie heißt dieser Berg? It does not speak, so we are not in Germany. Boy, what is the name of this mountain? Is he dumb, I wonder? Let us try a little Italian on him. Dove noi siamo? Boy, must I give you a good shaking to loosen your tongue? Come si noma questa isola? Stromboli! Stromboli!
Stromboli. So we were in the central Mediterranean.
amidst the eastern archipelago of mythological memory, in the ancient Strongylos, where Aeolus chained up the wind and the tempest, and those blue mountains which rose towards the rising sun were the mountains of Calabria, and that mighty volcano which rose on the southern horizon was the fierce and celebrated Etna. Oh, what a journey. What a marvelous and extraordinary journey we had made. For we had entered the earth by one volcano and had come out by another, more than 1,200 leagues from Snæfellsjökull. So was our great adventure ended. There is little more for me to add. We were kindly received by the fishermen of Stromboli, and after a rest of 48 hours, we started our homeward journey. On the 9th of October, we arrived in Hamburg, and here our faithful Hans bade us farewell and departed for his native Iceland. Shortly, too, I married my uncle's goddaughter, my dearest, my ever-beloved Gretchen, though that, as they say, is another story. My uncle's greatness as both a scientist and an explorer was speedily recognized. Hamburg gave a festival in our honor. A public meeting of the Johanneum Institute was held at which the professor related the full story of our adventures, omitting only the mystery in connection with our lying compass.
Ah, that compass. Why did it point to the south instead of to the north? It baffles me, Harry. It baffles me.
I think I can explain it now, Uncle.
You can?
Yes. For 6 months now, it has lain untouched and unnoticed here in your study. As you see, the needle still points to the south.
Well, bless me so it does. But why, my boy? Why?
Because during that hurricane on the Central Sea, we encountered a ball of fire. Remember?
Of course I remember. But what has that to do with it?
The ball of fire turned our raft into a magnet, didn't it? And likewise, Uncle, it turned the compass topsy-turvy.
So it was a trick of the electricity. Brilliant, Harry, brilliant. Ha! Now I am happy. You have cleared up for me the one great mystery of our journey. Our unforgettable journey to the center of the earth.
That was the 8th and last installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjolke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. Tomorrow in Storytime on Radio 4 at 5:25, you'll be able to hear the 3rd installment of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster, which has been abridged for reading on radio in 8 parts, and tomorrow's episode is called The Flood Tide. That's tomorrow.
We present Jules Verne's classic adventure story, Journey to the Center of the Earth, recreated for radio by Steve Walker, with Nicholas Lefrevaux as Professor Lidenbrock and Nathaniel Parker as Axel Lidenbrock. Journey to the Center of the Earth.
We have already seen in my previous lecture that physical energies have frequently acted with great intensity upon all classes of rocks. Wake up, you dumb-cubs! I, Lidenbrock, am teaching you the true nature of the earth upon which you will waste your stupid lives. And we may next inquire...
My uncle, Professor Lidenbrock, was a professor at the Johanneum in Hamburg. He gave courses in mineralogy and was more often than not in a bad temper. This was because he was a great man, but no one thought this except himself. He was extremely modern in his views, argued with everyone brave enough to answer him back, and was always fighting duels. 5 days before the Christmas of 1863, I was sitting in the parlour of the professor's little house, number 19, Koningsstrasse, in the old quarter of Hamburg, canoodling with the professor's ward, Grauben, 17, smelling of roses. It was breakfast time when in came Martha, my uncle's housekeeper, and my friend, Heinrich.
Axel, it's terrible, terrible. He will be killed this time, I know it.
Heinrich, it is your uncle. He is in the botanical gardens, fighting 3 duels. The first was commencing when I was leaving him.
Axel, stop him. You must. He'll be killed.
Me? But he never listens to me. Oh, come on, you fat fool. But my breakfast, Heinrich. I had the most dreadful row about down.
It's all in the wrist, you know. Quite scientific. Gentlemen, would you mind if I refresh myself with a sausage before fighting you?
Very well. Be quick about it. Oh, please, Lidenbrock. You've killed von Stumpf. Isn't that enough for one morning?
Enough, headmaster. They said that the world was created at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the year 4004 BC. There will be less nonsense in the world without them.
But you've killed or wounded half the faculty. I'm teaching all their classes. I'm worn out.
Here, there he is. There they are.
Uncle Lidenbrock, please,
Axel, my boy, you are just in time. Am I correct in thinking that you have chosen pistols, Sagnussum?
Please don't say this, Professor. But you mustn't. No, you can't. What if he kills you? Your research all wasted. Your book on the classification of trilobites unfinished.
I fight in the cause of truth.
But there is something I must say. I shall say it now, before it's too late. Grauben and I love her. We love each other. We want to get...
What? You, my worst ever student, you and Grauben? Never. I won't allow it.
I am waiting, Professor.
Can't you see I am insulting my nephew? I'll deal with you in a minute.
Axel, my boy. Grauben is a mere child. She has hardly left the house. When she does, she will meet real men. And then what will she think of you, eh? It pains me to say it, Axel, but you are a fat dummkopf. If Grauben doesn't see it now, she soon will. Am I right? Or am I right? Yes, Uncle, I'm sure you're right.
Good boy. Here, finish my sausage. Stand over there. Sagnussum, pistols it is.
You will each walk 20 paces, turn, and when I'm dropping my handkerchief, go bang, bang. Alles klar. God created the world, Lidenbrock, at 4 p.m. in 4004 BC. You fool. 1, 2...
I ate my uncle's sausage.
4...
Over the trees, it was feeding time in the zoological gardens. In the business centre of Hamburg, successful businessmen were beginning a new day at their desks. The fatherland was shaking off its dreams. In our little house in Koningsstrasse, Grauben was stripped to the waist, washing herself while her little heart pitter-pattered with anxiety. Would she ever see her beloved, bad-tempered uncle again? Meanwhile, Professor Lidenbrock did not know that those 20 paces for his duel were the first of many paces in his journey to the centre of the earth.
20...
Good shot. 2 down and 1 to go. Come on, von Klipstein, it's your next. Let's waste no time about it, man.
Actually, Professor, I have been thinking about what you said about evolution, and I think there may be some truth in it, you know.
Oh, good. Oh, you must come to dinner, huh?
Oh,
we will discuss it.
Count Sagnussum is dying, Lidenbrock. He wishes a final word.
Oh, very well, but make it quick. I have work to do.
Lidenbrock, are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Say your piece.
I curse you. The stones and snow of my homeland, Iceland, curse you. My ancestor, the great scientist Arne Sagnussum, he curses you.
Axel, my boy, let's go and leave this fool to choke on his curse.
You will be receiving a package Then you will know.
Please, Count Saknussemm, you must be still.
Then you will feel my curse, Lidenbrock. Lidenbrock. God created the world, didn't he, Headmaster?
Of course he did. Of course. Help me carry the Count to my carriage.
It was Christmas Eve when the package arrived. I was helping my darling Grauben decorate the tree.
Gott in Himmel! Oh, Swinehund! That Saknussemm, he knew nothing! Nothing! Now he curses me in the name of his infantile Christian God.
Oh, another present, Uncle. For me. Let me put it under the tree.
No, it is not for you. And if I see you holding hands with Axel once more, I will shoot you both!
The parcel is from that nice Count Saknussemm who your uncle recently killed.
Oh, poor Uncle Lidenbrock. He'll be so upset. A Christmas present from a dead person. Axel, go and comfort him.
No fear. He'll shout at me again. I'm developing a tic.
If you go and comfort him, I will allow you to kiss me above the elbows.
Unnies, then I shall be brave enough to go into the dragon's cave.
Oh,
Unnies, please, Robin. I'm going into the knees.
It took us an hour to put the tree back together. Uncle Lidenbrock stayed locked in his study with Count Saknussemm's package, but I would not disturb him without a promise from Grauben that I could kiss her knees. She went away, tossing her curls in a beautiful huff. But at her bedtime, she came to my room, and I was there. I was cataloguing trilobites in my underwear. She lifted her dressing gown to the knees.
You may kiss each knee once, and only once.
Each knee. I'm going to kiss me. Oh, God. Oh, pretty knees. Oh, I love you, knees.
I said one kiss each. A big kick for a bad boy.
Ow. Uncle Lidenbrock? Professor? Sir? Uncle Otto?
Oi! Axel, my boy. Saknussemm's Christmas present to his murderer. A curse, indeed. I can't make sense of it.
A book, is it?
Yeah. It's James Kringler of Snorri Sturluson, famous 12th century Icelandic writer.
A good translation, is it?
Translation, Dummkopf. It is written in his own hand in Icelandic. It's a magnificent language, both rich and simple. But this is what is most fascinating. I found it inside. A little piece of parchment with strange writing on it.
Oh, Hebrew, is it?
Hebrew.
Well, what is it, then?
I don't know. The characters of the writing are runic, but it makes no sense. I've been at it for hours. It has beaten me.
Grauben is very worried about you. She thinks you're upset.
Why upset?
Because you killed Count Saknussemm, and he has sent you a Christmas present.
Oh, sentimental women.
Could I perhaps be looking at the cryptogram, please?
No? You have not a mind for such a profound puzzle, Axel. Well, here you are, then. Saknussemm has indeed cursed me. He's probably been trying to solve that cryptogram all his life. And now so will I. Ruin myself. Exhaust my brilliant mind to the exclusion of all else. I never find a solution.
It's Latin.
Silly fat boy. I tried Latin. You think I don't know Latin?
I promise, Uncle. If you regard only the bottom half of each character, read the whole thing upside down, backwards, and miss out every other word, you'll see it's in Latin.
Show me.
Am I right or am I right?
Yeah. Well done. Axel, you are truly worthy of the name of Lidenbrock. I shall read the Latin. You translate.
Ja, natürlich.
In Snæfellsjökulis craterem quem delibat.
Descend into the crater of Snæfellsjökull.
Umbra scataris Julii intra calendas descende.
Over which the shadow of Scartaris falls. Before the calends of July.
Audas viator et terrestre centrum attinges.
Bold, audacious traveller, and you will reach the centre of the earth.
Quod feci arne sacnusum.
I have done this, signed Arne Sacnusum.
I have done this, Arne Sacnusum.
Some sort of joke, surely.
We had nearly 6 months to raise the money. Fare to Iceland, of course. Rope, provisions, instrument, equipment. It's all beyond the pocket of a poor professor, but we shall do it. We must do it.
Do what?
The Lidenbrock expedition, my boy. I've been waiting for something like this all my life. It is my destiny and yours to follow.
You can't be serious.
We shall go to Iceland, climb into the crater of the mountain of Snæfellsjökull, and from there we shall journey to the center of the earth.
But what you suggest, it's against all the laws of science.
No, it's not.
Is too.
9 is not.
Bloody is.
The fiery core theory is just that. A theory. Have all these boneheaded scientists who profess this theory been to see? 9. We shall go and see for ourselves.
But it is recognized, is it not, that the temperature underground rises 1 degree for every 70 feet below surface. Therefore, admitting that the ratio is constant, and the Earth's radius being over 4,000 miles, the temperature at the centre must be over 2 million degrees. Even the hardest rocks cannot withstand such a heat. Everything down there is incandescent gas, and you're proposing to go there?
Pah! Pah to you, baby donkey. You are afraid that the Earth will melt your lovesick sighs? Hmm? Listen, learn, I will explain. Real scientists, such as my friend Sir Humphrey Davy and myself, have conclusively proved that if a temperature of 2 million degrees existed within the globe, then the gases given off by the fiery matter would be more than enough to blow off the Earth like a boiler under steam pressure.
I sat in my uncle's reading chair while he paced the room. A brilliant lecture, all for me alone. For a while I was listening. Then I was just thinking of Grauben's pretty knees. I was so tired, dreaming while awake, that I could actually see those knees floating around the room, with my uncle wagging between them in an erudite frenzy. But for all his so very clever explanations, and though perhaps he was right in everything he said, I did not lose my common sense.
I am right. I am Lidenbrock.
I still believed that the interior of the Earth was fiery hot. All night he droned on.
The terrestrial nucleus, therefore, is solid. Solid! But with cheesy tunnels.
Until, with the window pane turned pale blue, the bells of St. Petrikirke rattled the surface of our world.
Happy Christmas, Uncle.
Christmas? Ah, I do not keep Christian festivals.
Of course. Sorry.
My paper on the structure of large mineral masses first cleared the way towards a better understanding of this difficult subject.
My favourite kind of walk was to wander through Hamburg, stopping to buy pastries at all the pastry shops, then arriving late at the Johanneum to fall asleep in one of my uncle's lectures. The idea of walking to the centre of the Earth frightened the scheisser out of me. But when I told Grauben about it, she said...
But you must go. You'll become a famous scientist if you go. The whole world will applaud you. We will be rich. I will have dresses, a carriage, white horses. Oh, Axel, you must go.
I'm too fat.
If you go, when you return, I will let you do anything you like to me.
Anything?
Anything.
Uncle Lidenbrock will never raise the money. Already he's tried to borrow from everyone he hasn't fought a duel with recently. He's raised only 12 marks from the head waiter at the Café Hell in Hermannstrasse. There are many reasons why it's impossible to go to the centre of the Earth, but lack of money prevents everything. Knees?
Not today, Axel.
Some of the contorted strata are of a coarse mechanical structure alternating with fine-grained crystalline chloritic slates. Cleavage is generally constant over the whole of any area affected.
Uncle Lidenbrock! Lidenbrock!
That child can't see I am giving a lecture. Silence! Robin, go home this instant and lock yourself in your cupboard.
Uncle, I have met this English lady.
Good afternoon, Professor.
I'll not have women in my lectures. Out! Out!
She was giving a lecture of her own.
Out!
At my women's
Out!
in perfect German. About her most exciting travels in Patagonia.
Out!
And I have told her about the journey.
Out!
The journey you are wishing to make to you know where.
You told her? But it is a secret. My enemies
She is very interested in the expedition. She is a very rich English lady.
Thinking, I'm afraid.
Oh. Madam, I am charmed to meet you. Shall we adjourn to the dinosaur room? Mm-hmm. That will be all for today, gentlemen. Axel! Please, madam, be careful with my diplodocus. It is very fragile. So is your husband also visiting Hamburg? I would be honored to meet him. He took you to Patagonia. How kind of
My
him.
husband died horribly in the charge of the Light Brigade. I travelled in Patagonia alone.
A woman alone? Oh, with no one to protect her from those gauchos? Nothing.
Professor Lidenbrock, I was once a sweet little woman who stayed home arranging flowers and embroidering trite slogans on cushions, but the Crimean War released me from such an existence. I became independently wealthy and embarked upon a life of travel and adventure. Among other things, I have traversed the Andes, climbed the Alps and Caucasus, searched for the source of the Zambezi, lived with Red Indians in New Mexico, and crossed Arabia on an insolent camel. Now, your ward has told me that you need finance for an expedition under the earth. I am fascinated.
We propose to journey to the center of the globe, madam.
Please, don't call me madam. My name is Rosemary McNabb.
Frau McNabb, destiny has sent you.
Make a list of all the things we need. The calends of July, I believe, are an essential part of the calculation. We have ample time, but I abhor dawdling.
Yeah, but...
Eleanora leave for Reykjavik Monday next. Good day, gentlemen. I must purchase sturdy boots for myself. 6 pairs should do.
Excuse me, please, madam, but there is some misunderstanding here. You surely do not think you are coming with us. Oh, no. You are a woman.
Of course I'm coming. What would the McNabb expedition be without McNabb herself?
The McNabb expedition?
Calm yourself, Uncle, please.
She's only joking, Uncle.
If you were a man, I would...
Swords or pistols, Professor?
A woman, God in himmel, sprained ankles and unexplainable mood swings.
And you, young fellow, my lad, are too fat for adventure.
Under all that fat, he is deceptively strong.
I am deceptively strong.
He has hands like a raccoon.
A raccoon?
Madame, Frau McNabb, as you are having the monies for an expedition, and I am not, I therefore reluctantly agree that you should be coming with us.
Good-o.
But I am insisting that from this moment on you will act like a man in all possible examples of behavior. Also, one essential condition. Upon this I will not budge. It must be the Lidenbrock expedition.
It's only fair, Rose. My uncle is the most brilliant scientist in his field.
Your diplodocus is the largest I have ever seen, Professor. Very well, old chap. The Lidenbrock expedition.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Oh, God help me. We're really going.
The boat journey to Iceland was most unpleasant. I almost died from amalgamia. My uncle also. But Frau McNabb, she was okay. With her boiled eggs and bacon sandwiches. A strapping woman with a large bust. I should have liked her. But I did not like her. I did not desire her. I only desired my little Grauben safe and well in lovely Hamburg. Reykjavik also was not to my liking. Muddy and bleak. It stank of fish guts and was just 2 wooden streets and no cake shops. In the distance, growing out of the sea, was the extinct volcano of Snæfellsjökull, with its great peak called Skartaris. I had been in my room, on a plank bed, I ask you, for 2 days. and had ventured outside for the first time in a vain search for cake shops when my uncle and Frau McNabb found me palely loitering and introduced me to our gigantic Icelandic guide.
Hans, this baby donkey is my nephew Axel. Axel Hans Bjelke.
Valentine, Timir, Sivetra.
Same back with knobs on.
Hans speaks no German, but your uncle and I both speak Icelandic with reasonable fluency. I learned on the boat, don't you know, while you were leaning over your bucket. So if you wish to ask anything of Hans, we will translate. Beautiful specimen, isn't he?
Hans answers to me. I am the leader. I translate. What was that, Hans?
Hans was just saying that
I do not need a woman to tell me what Hans was saying.
Ask him if these seagulls make this racket all the time. They're giving me a headache. Oh, and cake shop.
Khaki,
But soon my headache cleared. The seagulls were gone, and we were mounted on mules with our equipment, picking our way around the ragged, rugged coast towards Mount Snæfellsjökull. It was the calends of July.
Axel, where have you been, boy? You can't lag behind when we're underground or you'll get lost.
I was just studying the hardy flora and the mineralogical curiosities, most especially the volcanic tufa and other eruptive phenomena.
So, you still think the Earth's core is nothing but lava, huh?
Yeah, and 2 million times, yeah.
I don't believe your nephew is losing weight, Professor.
You will desist at all times, madam, from making personal remarks. Damn these clouds! If we do not disperse, Scataris will not be able to show us the entrance. We'll have to come back next year.
Oh, God.
Frau McNabb spent this cloudy time performing calisthenics. Her swinging limbs gave me lewd thoughts, while I scratched the surface of the earth with my boot heels, waiting for the sun to escape the clouds. And then the sun was in my eyes, and I could see nothing but light. The sun slipped behind the sharp peak of Scataris, and in a moment the crater was all yellow highlights and indigo shadows. One long shadow, like a finger, grew and grew, pointing and pointing, then stopped.
Oh! It's there! The entrance! Scataris points away!
Aramut! Aramut!
Yes, and quickly before the finger moves! Schnell! Schnell! I say, bitch is the way. Look here. Look, Frau McNabb. These marks on a stone. Runic letters. Arne Saknusson. He has signed his name here 400 years ago. He gave his way. Axel!
Yes, Uncle. Oh! We're not going down there, are we?
Of course we are. Good.
Gosh!
Our longest rope was 400 feet. The chasm was, it turned out, 14 times this. So we looped the rope over a rock and went down 200 feet at a time. It was most unpleasant. They made me go first, because they were cruel.
Oh, gosh! Then please stop kicking your grit onto me.
I do not believe I had ever heard my uncle more cheerful. But I was not cheerful. 200 feet at a time, each rope's length taking half an hour from ledge to ledge. That made 7 hours, plus 14 quarter hours for rest on the ledges. We started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was 11 before we reached the bottom. I ate a packet of biscuits and fell into a deep sleep. I awoke hours later not knowing where I was. Something was writhing in the darkness at the bottom of the 3,000 feet tube we had descended. Far above, a bright point of light, a star twinkling in heaven. What was writhing?
Axel, you fatty speck noodle. Have you ever spent a more peaceful night in our little house in Hamburg, eh? No carts rumbling past, no hawkers screaming about their wares.
I had a most disturbing nightmare.
Bacon sandwich, Herr Lidenbrock. Our last cooked meal.
Yeah, well, thank you, I will. Of course, we'll all be cooked like this bacon soon when the lava gets us.
Axel, I will allow no more such talk. This volcano has not erupted since 1229, and the Earth's core is cool. Cool!
The lava must have forced its way along these tunnels. See how shiny the rock is? Which tunnel do we take, Professor? They're all so enticing.
Look for Zaknussen's mark, madam. I will come with my lamp. Eat your breakfast quickly, Axel, dumbcob.
What have I done to be called a dumbcob?
Our expedition was equipped with 2 Ruhmkorff electric lamps. Naked flames, of course, could be fatal underground with so many explosive gases seeping about. The Ruhmkorff's lamp's dull filament caused a sunshine of brightness as its light bounced off the shiny walls of the tunnels.
I have found it! Zaknussen's mark! Hey, help Axel off with his pack! Come on, will you? Now our real journey begins!
Yoni! Well, I'll never carry this. 3 steps, never mind in the centre of the earth. It's as big as yours, and I'm half your size. Not nearly so fit.
The giant was scratching his groin. I remembered my nightmare, the thing that writhed.
What's so funny? Hey, you! Jolly giant! You can't leave me here!
It was 8:17 a.m. on Monday the 29th of June, 1864. The barometer said sea level. The temperature was 6 degrees centigrade. I hurried after the others, catching the end of their light down a smooth gallery. We were heading east-southeast into the bowels of the earth.
Gosh.
What is this infernal gosh?
Oh, Professor, it's so gorgeous down here. The deserts of Arabia do not compare. Nothing compares. These round blisters of glass on the walls.
Quartz. Opaque quartz.
Like the tears of half-forgotten sorrows, gone hard and buried underground.
Women's talk.
I'm sorry if this does not appeal to the aesthetic of the Teutonic male.
Well, this Teutonic male thinks it's magnificent, Herr McNabb. I can see your reflection 1,000,000 times.
Thank you, Axel. I hope you find it pleasing.
Yes, madam, it is beautiful, magnificent. It is the greatest sight I have ever beheld. This moment, right now, is the finest of my life. But my very next step takes me to a final moment.
Oh, Professor, I'm sorry. I've been misjudging you. You're as romantic as Schiller, as Goethe.
My uncle was so excited that he forgot to stop. No rest for 10 hours. Hunger and fatigue had made me incapable of reasoning. Dreams flitted from my eyes and ran ahead up a corridor into the dark, where the diamond-studded walls were waiting to gleam in our approaching lights.
I can't go on. I want rest. I want cakes. Sandwiches.
Oh, poor thing. He's worn out.
Yeah, so let us rest here. Axel, do not drink so much water. We have only enough for 5 days.
Oh, God, we'll die of thirst.
9. We shall find an underground stream somewhere and replenish our supply. A leak somewhere.
We won't.
Axel, write this down into your notebook. Temperature, 15 degrees. A rise of only 9 degrees since we set off. Depth, 10,000 feet below sea level.
That's impossible.
It is so. Read your instruments for yourself, boy. Am I right or am I right?
Oh, my eyes are all fuzzy, but yes, it does seem. But it should be. What? Should be 81 degrees at this depth.
According to your theory, baby donkey. Oh. And Axel.
Yes, Uncle.
No matter how tired you become, do not show weakness in front of that woman. You do not wish me to be ashamed of you, do you?
No, Uncle. I will try my best. Do we have any cakes left?
June the 30th. After 2 days in the lava gallery, a gentle sloping walk, down and slowly down, we stepped out into a gigantic cavern full of looping arches of stone. Like the religious architecture of 100 bizarre cathedrals scrunched together, their floors strewn with cherts, quartz and dull emeralds. We searched for a way out all day, then found Saknussum's mark in a side chapel, and beside it a tunnel like a beaver's hole. We crawled.
We'll all get housemaid's knee.
Harmingen goda, Lutherhai.
In a world of his own, isn't it?
Aber Hertha Sovjetum Stan!
You're spanking me!
Urinating while on all fours is most unpleasant. But at last we crawled out of that miserable little tunnel and stood straight again. My poor bleeding knees. The new tunnel was of old red sandstone, streaked with marble, reaching upwards as if each streak hoped to reach surface and be made into a Greek warrior. It offered us a choice. Left fork or right fork. Saknussum's mark was nowhere to be seen.
To the left! Quick march!
Why not to the right, Uncle? Uncle?
Yes, Professor, why not? To the right!
Left! You'll go to the left.
My uncle could not be seen to hesitate in front of Frau McNabb, but it was just a guess, I knew, and our water was running dangerously low. Walking in the Tyrol, often I had come across fountains in the village squares. Wasser ist Leben was carved in the wood above the fountains. Water is life. For a while we were distracted from our thirst.
Look! Axel! Trilobites! Everywhere! Trilobites! I, madam, am the world's foremost authority on trilobites.
I'd be more impressed, Professor, if I knew what a trilobite is, or rather was.
An ancient creature who inhabited the Devonian seas in vast numbers. Once, madam, they had the world almost to themselves. Amazing! New trilobite species. Wherever I look. The babe in his cradle is closing his eyes. The blossom embraces the bee. But soon says our best, arise,
We had taken the wrong fork. Now the path was up. The long marble walls, exhibiting their display of dry dead fossils of saurians and ganoid fishes, gave way to a buried alive blackness, which smelled like an old yard. Coal. It crunched under our steps. Dry coal. Our water almost gone. On the evening of our 5th day, we rested and stared at the coal walls, full of the imprints of ferns. Frau McNabb walked ahead to do her toilet. After a few moments, Hans walked into blackness and followed her.
I'm thirsty. Really thirsty now.
I know, my boy. Hold on. We shall find water soon.
Uncle.
Yeah?
You've never married.
Yeah, Axel, neither of you.
Yes, but soon Grauber and I. And yet you're so much older.
I have never been in love, Axel. Not once. Not ever. I wanted a woman who would be my equal. There is no such thing.
But Frau McNabb,
She is an English woman.
Of course. Entschuldigung. What does that sound like to you, Uncle?
Constipation. She is constipated.
I think they're copulating.
Filthy-minded little swineherd.
We were far deeper into the earth than man had ever reached before. I slept with coal all around me, coal never to be shattered by a miner's pick, tasting coal dust on my dried tongue. tossing in a deep dream where Grauben and my friend Heinrich wandered naked along the quays of our native Hamburg.
Oh, Grauben, how clever you were to forge that runic document and send those fools to their death in the earth's bowels.
Now we can be together forever, darling Heinrich, wandering naked along the quays of Hamburg.
Yeah.
No, Grauben, you're mine. I shall return.
When I awoke, the others were standing over me, looking grim.
Professor, Siglamitli Skersobori. Hans, looked ahead, Axel. This tunnel is a dead end. We must go back the way we came.
But it's days and days, and we've hardly a drop of water left. We'll die.
Courage, lad. Remember, you are a hamburger.
We walked back, past the same trilobites we had greeted with such excitement days before. But now we were dying. Hans showed no emotion. My uncle swore through his thirst. Frau McNabb was brave. But when she turned to check on me, the straggler, I saw the terror in her eyes. She expected to die.
Chin up, lad. Whatever happens to us, see how beautiful it is here. What an inspiration for the poetic soul. In its pain and struggles, even more than in its tranquility.
Feminine blither.
I can only think of the beauty of my Grauben. My pretty Grauben. Splashing in her bath water.
Courage, excellent boy. Bitte. We must go on or die right here. There's nothing else we can do.
We passed the place where we had chosen the wrong fork and pressed on with all our remaining strength the other way. A breeze breathed through the tunnel. We smelled it for water. Another 10 hours of walking, and my legs failed me. I sat down. I had decided to die.
Poor little cherub. I said, didn't I? He was not up to this.
Here he is! Excellent. My dear boy, please hold on a little further. Come.
It's no use to leave him. He's had enough. Let him die.
I'm sorry, my boy, for everything. It's all over.
It was the only affection my uncle had ever shown me in all our life together. From the first day I arrived in his house as a little pudgy boy, the first signs of love for me. Then and now I am profoundly moved by this. As darkness crowded in on my eyes, I watched him stroking my hair. I saw Frau McNabb with her hands on his shoulders, her swollen lips and a sad smile. Then the lights went out, and I thought I had died. Only a sound remained. A mocking sound in my ears like newfangled plumbing.
What?
It is. It's water. It's water.
Go and see. I'll stay with Axel.
They took the Ruhmkorff lamps. That's why I was left in the dark. It was an hour before they returned. My uncle stroked my hair while I slept. There was chatter I could not hear. Then I was being carried. Perhaps I was in my coffin on my way to a Hamburg churchyard, and Grauben weeping somewhere behind.
It's in the wall. Axel, an underground stream trapped in a tunnel parallel to this one. Hands, the pickaxe man.
But the force of the water, if it's released, it just carry us away to hell.
Axel, wake up. Wake up. There's water. Water.
Was ist Leben?
Now there was an abundance of water. We filled our flasks, but we did not need to. The hole in the wall caused a stream to flow down our tunnel. We christened the stream the Hansbach, in honor of our big friend. It followed us on our way, itself seeking out the Earth's center. Down and down and down. Our past sufferings were quickly forgotten. Then I remembered that in all the excitement, Frau McNabb had kissed me. I skipped along, enflamed.
Not if I told you this, but when I was a girl, I once went for a walk around Lake Windermere with Wordsworth, a nature poet. In many ways, Professor, you remind me of him.
I am a scientist. Poets are all idiots. The future belongs to science.
Of course, he was very old at the time, but I still expected poetic comments about the sky and hedges and whatnot as we ambled along. Not a sausage. All he did was pick his nose and hammer the indigestion out of his chest. Not a gem past his lips.
Madam, if you are hinting that you expect me to give you a running commentary of the geological highlights of our journey, you will be disappointed.
Your head, Professor. Be careful.
On the afternoon of Friday, July the 10th, I noted down my uncle's calculations. We were 75 miles southwest of Reykjavik and 7 miles underground. A frightening shaft had opened at our feet. So steep. Most unpleasant. But my uncle was delighted. He held Frau McNabb's hands and danced.
What has come over you?
1,000 excuse me, madam. But now we shall make real progress. And with no great effort. See how the projections in the rock form a kind of staircase, huh? Alles schon in Ordnung. Off we go.
All right. Come on, let's go.
When Grauben and I were children, Uncle Lidenbrock took us to the top of the spire of the St. Petri Kirche in Hamburg. I was most wicked in those days. I stole a bun from my darling girl and ran away with it, down and down the steps in the spire, around and around. I could not stop. There seemed more and more steps, turning, twisting. Without breath, I tripped and ran, stepping on the thick part, then the thin part of the steps. Suddenly frightened that the devil would be at the bottom with his mouth wide open to eat me. And so, on that other day, down and down we went, the Hansbach following, showering upon us, wetting our way. My calves were numb and sore, my clothes loose because I was losing so much weight. For 4 days we walked down the staircase. Saturday, 18th of July, we arrived downstairs at a huge grotto. I searched my pockets for the stale crumbs of cakes. 213 miles southeast of Snæfellsjökull. Depth, 48 miles.
Uncle.
Yeah?
48 miles is it not 1/100th of the Earth's radius, no? In 28 days. Therefore, I calculate that if we keep on at this rate, it'll take us 2,000 days or 5.5 years to reach the center.
Mein Hund, to buggering blazes with you and your calculations. You forget. Another man has done this. Saknussemm. Now, I, Lidenbrock, shall reach the center of the Earth.
And 5.5 years back again. If the heat at the Earth's core doesn't kill us first.
My uncle beat me repeatedly about the head with his manometer. Then, in order not to further damage this valuable instrument, he pulled trilobites from his pockets and bowled them at me. A most unpleasant experience. But suddenly he stopped, looked at my face in what I can only describe as awe, a look I had otherwise only seen upon his face in art galleries, and he stomped away, deeply moved.
Axel. Axel. My boy.
Are you all right?
I've hurt my uncle grievously, but what have I done except to point out scientific truth to a scientist?
It's not science that hurts him. It's your face, Axel.
My face?
The journey has used up your puppy fat. Your pudgy cheeks have all but gone. You've only one chin left. It's quite amazing, really. The two of you look so alike. When I met you in Hamburg, not a bit alike, but now, same face. Your uncle, it must be like staring at his younger self.
I never knew we were at all alike. I never knew.
The Hansbach led us past another one of Arne Saknussum's signatures into a steeply sloping corridor. We were all quite fit now, making a good pace. By August the 7th, we were 75 miles down and 500 miles from Iceland, with Scottish towns far above our heads. I wished to defecate, so allowed the others to get ahead of me. Then I hurried after, holding my Ruhmkorff lamp in front of me, granite walls flying past.
Well, they can't have got so far ahead. Uncle? Uncle? He's playing games with me. He's punishing me for defying his opinions. But am I not also Lidenbrock? Am I not allowed to think for myself? Uncle!
The Hansbach was not at my feet. I had taken a wrong turn somehow. I was lost and alone. I did not like this.
Well, it's good. No need for panickings. All I have to do is walk back the way I came until I find either the Hansbach or the place where I committed my defecations. So, alles klar. I am safe and cozy and okay. Uncle! Uncle! Help!
In my panic, I had tripped and fallen down a hole. As I climbed out of it, I saw that my Ruhmkorff lamp was damaged. It flickered and went out. No man has ever known such darkness. I was alone, miles underground, lying in the pit of the abyss.
Wake up, Axel. Wake up. Graben is next door. You are asleep in Hamburg. Who is it? Who is it? It's the ghost of Arne Saknussum. That's what. Oh, bitter. I didn't kill your descendant. My uncle did, not me. Not me!
I lost my reason and ran from the devils inside of me and the spirits and the stones. I dashed and fell and bruised myself and ran with blood running down my face and...
Axel?
Axel? Darling boy? Axel?
I had smashed myself into a solid wall. Extremely unpleasant, I promise you. Now I awoke in a darkness that would make any child mad all its life long. I could hear voices.
Who is it? Hello?
Who is it? Dumb cop. Who else is 75 miles underground? Napoleon III? Where are you, my boy?
I'm lost. In the dark.
There is your lamp.
It's gone out and broken. Where are you?
Courage, lad. I am somewhere else, away from you. The sound is being conducted along the walls of the labyrinth. Peter, go, la, so that I might calculate the exact distance between you and us with my chronometer.
Come on, Uncle. La, la, la. La, la, la. La, la, la.
20 seconds, Axel. I'm afraid with sound traveling at 1,020 feet per second, that makes 20,400 feet. 4 miles.
4 miles? I'm gonna die! Die here! Alone in the dark with cackling ghosts! Oh!
Axel! Listen, boy. Courage! One day, when I am dead and gone, you shall be Professor Lidenbrock.
Yes, Uncle. I'm listening.
We are in a huge cavern. Hundreds of tunnels leading down into it. there is every reason to suppose that your tunnel will lead down here also. Drag yourself, straw, stagger, however you can, down. I love you. Laubin loves you. Frau McNabb loves you. Hans loves you. On your way, my boy. On your way.
I dragged myself along. Soon the slope was very steep, and I went feet first, sliding down. The strange acoustic effect which allowed my uncle to talk to me no longer worked. But for moments I heard snatches of chatter.
It's so long since I was strong, like the woman in my arms.
Building I have awaited this moment. This obscure place will be ours forever.
Darling, I never dared dream of such happiness.
He's just an animal, big, handsome animal. Just since I stayed in that country village, I must have a man every day, or I don't feel I'm myself. You understand?
Oh, I understand.
You're not a bit like Wordsworth, really, you're not.
Oh, my exterior is gruff and cold, but inside, Rose, I am warm. I have fun. Besides, I love the earth, I love little bites, and you, and you. Yeah, it's so from the first moment in the lecture hall, the sunlight full of floating motes of thought, then you.
Poetic in the German tongue.
Oh, little cat.
Down and down I scrambled, my hands snatching at loose rocks, stroking the walls for a hold. I was sliding away, unable to stop myself. The worst of nightmares, like an evil thought dropping deeper into a black brain. A fall! A fall!
Professor Lidenbrock! Axel, he's coming round!
Axel! Axel, lad!
Careful, dear, your head is bandaged.
Where am I?
You came through caverns measureless to man, shooting down upon us with a shower of stones. Nothing broken, though. You're in a pretty little grotto. Quite safe again.
I can hear... No.
Don't move. Stay there. You've some nasty bumps.
But I can hear... Yes. Well, I must see it.
Come, Axel. Come outside and see.
Impossible. C'est une impossibilité, Incroyable.
May I introduce you, dear boy, to the Lidenbrock Sea? I, Lidenbrock, have discovered it. Who will dispute that I should name it after myself?
Not I, Uncle, not I.
Level water stretched away out of sight. An underground sea. Or an ocean. And here we, jolly explorers like two Columbuses, standing on a beach strewn with strange shells. Holding one to my throbbing ear, I heard the cries of monsters. Above us, a vault, or sky, composed of huge clouds, floating away from us like sailing ships. And everywhere a brightness, caused by an electrical phenomenon. It was a light that shone from no distant source, but broke out from the air itself, a continuous cosmic event. A sunless sea, indeed, but covered with the clean brightness of a saint's halo. My astonishment revived my battered flesh.
No more tunnels. Air. Light. Mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Come and see. Now, baby donkey. Aren't you glad you came?
Beside the shore was a vast forest of giant mushrooms, as tall as pine trees.
Magnificent, no?
Splendiferous. Never has a botanist beheld such a feast for the eye.
And for the belly. Taste, huh? Eat. I recognize the species. Quite safe.
The best mushrooms I've ever tasted. The flavor fills my very soul. Uncle Otto, do you hear?
Yeah, there's something in the forest, snuffling among the mushrooms.
It's not a French chef, is it?
I don't think so.
Coming. Fast. Let's go.
Night. Time be my fate and see what it is. Perhaps you're right.
Hans had found a large petrified mushroom lying on the shore, its head 15 feet in diameter. It floated most satisfactorily. By turning it upside down, its stalk became a mast. Its head became a coracle. Meanwhile, a huge pig-like creature, a glyptodon, twice the size of the biggest elephant, was charging across the shore towards us. We put to sea in a mushroom. We did. We put to sea in a mushroom, leaving the creature pawing the earth and threatening us with its many horns. With a blanket for a sail, the fair breeze caught us and took us across the Lidenbrock Sea, with the creature watching us until we were a speck to it, and it to us. In all this time, every one of us was too astonished to speak a word.
My bonny lies over the ocean. My bonny lies over the sea. My bonny
Axel,
lies over the
please
ocean.
take down my calculation. August 30th.
Ring.
Horizontally, we are 875 miles from our starting point in Iceland. Depth, 88 miles.
Oh, this is most unpleasant for me, but I must apologize. Obviously, I was wrong to believe in the concept of a molten core.
Well, science is full of mistakes. Look, what do you make of the compass?
It's pointing straight up.
Mm-hmm.
But, this must mean that the magnetic pole is somewhere above us. Up there.
Ah, well said. My best student.
Skål, Professor!
Hans was caught a
It's like some kind of sturgeon.
Nine, but it certainly belongs to the family that became sturgeon. This fish has been extinct in the upper ocean since Jurassic time. Observe, it has no eyes.
Oh, we couldn't eat it, could we?
No, look, yum, yum.
There was a steady northwest wind. Our unusual craft sailed fast and straight. Coast 75 miles to leeward. Nothing on horizon. Weather fine. Hans was an excellent fisherman and cook. We sampled all manner of impossible fish which no man had eaten before. For the first time in our journey, I was content. Comfortable. But one thought crept in to disturb me.
Uncle?
Yeah, baby donkey.
Well, we've seen a pig the size of Hamburg Town Hall.
It was a glyptodon, not a pig.
Yeah, so. We are also consuming long extinct fishes.
We could not be consuming them if they were extinct. Hans, have you another of those little blue ones?
Oh, yeah. Up.
Oh. Thank you.
Now, what I'm saying is, well, if we've seen these creatures, perhaps all the bones in our dinosaur room back at the Johanneum are down here. I mean, walking around inside their flesh and skin. Alive.
Yeah. And giant and fairies and Goethe still writing his poetry. Rose, you hear the boy?
Oh, the water looks so inviting. So perfect in its remote, languid beauty. A beauty that has brought no tear to human eye. Oh, ye who hast thy eyeballs vexed and tired, feast them upon the wide.
You set her going again? Poetry.
We had eaten a great many fishes, and Hans, having gutted them for us, had thrown the guts overboard. This, unfortunately, acted as a bait for other creatures who ascended from the depths of the Lidenbrock Sea. We awoke from a snooze during the endless warm light to see a huge black shape approaching us.
A ship without sails! A ship!
What is it? Irandreiben! Grand of Harmony! It's like nothing I've ever heard of, like a huge basking shark.
That was close. Oh, good job, this mushroom is so seaworthy. Oh, no, it's coming back.
The creature was heading straight for us, its great mouth open, sucking in the sea. Hans stood with his pickaxe ready in his hand. My uncle fetched the pistols from his pack, and we steadied ourselves on the mast. My uncle wore the sour grin he had for stepping out in a duel, but he had never had such an opponent.
Not yet, Axel. Stay still. It's closer.
But before it reached us, a dozen huge, smiling heads, like the heads of bald, scaly dogs, popped out of the sea between our mushroom boat and the creature.
Pretty faces!
Plesiosaurus is a whole regiment!
By the loveliest monster! Oh, what a wheeze! They're slipperers! It's my running! Oh, you leave that yelping Axel! You'll frighten them away!
They're going to attack that basking shark creature heads. We'll paddle away or we'll be swamped. We are like a toy boat caught in the middle of the Battle of Trafalgar.
We all four paddled with our hands. Most unpleasant, because I was sure some other monster was going to bite off the fingers with which I had caressed Grauben's ivory knees. All the time, the breeze was blowing us back towards the battle, where the long necks of the pleciosaurus flicked down their snapping heads onto the basking shark creature. It rolled and rolled in the water, strangling its enemy with long tentacles attached to its flippers. A saving breeze collected us and took us away. I was shivering with fright. Frau McNabb pressed my head against her chest.
Oh, that's brave.
I kept pulling it away to watch the end of the battle. More basking shark creatures were sailing up. Would they be in time to save their kinsman? The air was warm and smelled of a butcher's shop. For miles around, the seawater was pink with the blood of the combatants. Thursday, 20th of August. Wind north-northeast, variable. Temperature high. Speed about 9 knots. All my troubles had returned to me and my mind was coming off its hinges. I felt sure that in the unlikely event I ever returned to the surface of our world, I would end my days in that ivy-covered madhouse on the Lübeck road. There I would be, beckoning passers-by to the railings to tell them of my journey to the centre of the earth. But my uncle and Frau McNabb, our dearest Rose, they sat in the mushroom playing footsie in bare feet. If they loved each other, I said to myself, I will be safe. Always and always.
Klippe, where's Masters? Your Euskany, yes,
God, what is it now? I can't stand anything else. I want to go home.
Oh, I had expected to see it end in another shore.
Doesn't it?
I do not think so, no.
When Hans shook us all by the hands, as if saying goodbye, I knew this was it. I fell to my knees and prayed.
Father, I apologize for all my new thoughts and actions about women and cakes, and the things I've done to myself privately. Today my soul shall free through rock and be at your side in heaven.
Stop praying! Hold this praying! There's no God! No God!
Oh, God, please forgive me.
Stop this religion! I understand it! Nature does this like God!
The Lidenbrock Sea ended in a waterfall, a huge slide of water spinning and splashing towards the centre of the earth. I knew this was the end of us. As I watched my uncle and Rose gripped together in their final embrace, so passionate and so full of Lebensfunke, I dug my nails into the mushroom and remembered my uncle's vision of the future of mankind, a future of which I would not see one more day.
Where are we?
Paradise. Garden of Eden.
Look, the sea. It is above us.
The sea curved from the pools at our feet until it sparkled far above our heads. It was like being wrapped in a wave of the blue Aegean, a wave which never reached for shore. Flitting shadows crossed this sea that was also the sky, sea monsters swimming upside down. We had fallen into a land of turquoise grottos and golden sand, cliffs full of caves all around us, and at the foot of the caves, huge bones among palm trees.
Look what I found. A human skull?
Yes. There's some more over here.
big one.
Uncle, I hate to bring this up at this most exciting scientific moment, but how are we going to return home?
We will find a way. Axel, look at the size of his skirt. A human skirt. See why, when this personage was alive, he must have stood 12 feet tall.
I admit that's big. Oh, I wonder what Graben is doing right this minute.
Can you imagine what they will say in Germany when I write this? They will never believe. They will burn me at the stake.
Otto, if you'll excuse an amateur's observation, all these skulls, they've had their heads caved in. I saw something similar in the Burmese jungle.
Yeah, you're right, people. A ritual killing, perhaps? See how they have all the same hole in the temple. Fascinating.
I want to go home.
Professor! Waarom älskar ni elden? Namligen den kommer stor, fetor, sandor. Kom!
What is it, Rose? What's he found?
Human footprints. Gigantic human footprints.
No, I refuse to believe it. This has all gone too far.
If they have dinosaurs and other ancient creatures down here, why not people? Oh, don't be such a scaredy cat, Axel. Perhaps they'll be friendly.
They'll eat us, you know that, don't you?
Rose and myself had a most pleasant walk along the beach, hopping through the rock pools. We held hands and I had tears in my eyes. I was remembering mein Mutter. Often she had taken me for walks by the sea at Cuxhaven, even when she was very ill. I put my arms around Frau McNabb, Rose, and held her tightly.
Axel, let go. Look! The mushroom boat, it's gone! And the professor and her hands!
We could see a long way up the beach, but nothing, and no one was there. No footprints either. But palm leaves were lying here and there. Perhaps the footprints had been rubbed away with one of those.
Professor!
Uncle Otto!
Otto!
Hands! Hands!
Otto!
Uncle Otto!
Hands!
And then he came, running fast across the sand from the cliffs. A huge man, 12 feet tall, a prophet's black beard, naked and hairy.
Axel, run! He's got me! Run, boy!
I climbed a palm tree, up it like a monkey I was, as far as the coconuts. Too scared to find any problems in such an exercise. Along came the giant, holding Rosemary limply in one hand, sniffing at her as he looked about for me. I hadn't sneezed since I arrived in Reykjavik. Why, just then, and the worst possible moment. Now he was under the palm tree, smiling up at me with his broken teeth.
Go away, leave me alone. I'm a geology student.
My mind was all confusion. I felt like a suicide being talked down from a ledge. How kind his face was. How gently he held Rosemary, stroking her abdomen with his little finger. But suddenly, as I knew he would, he lost his patience and started shaking me out of the tree. I was in Hamburg, in a cake shop, and had eaten all but one cake. I was just about to bite into it when I awoke with a thumping headache into a reality far less real than my dream. I was flying, weightlessly, in a cave. Frau McNabb was nearby, reaching out to me. She caught my hand, then we rolled together, our legs entwined, most sexily. We flew together, like angels.
Axel! 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 Over here! Axel!
And there was my uncle, weightless, hands holding him by the legs, waving at us in a floating mushroom. Our mushroom boat. A vast grotto, sand fizzing at its many entrances, and floating in there with us, tamely looking our way, were brontosauruses, iguanodons, brachiosaurs, a pachyrhinoceros, triceratops, and 100 smaller feathered lizards who clucked like chickens.
Kick with your feet. Come on, flap your arms. Oh, come on, Axel.
I'm flapping. Look, Uncle, I'm flying.
Slow down, don't up or they'll never catch you. Hold on to the mushroom tight. Dig in your fingertip.
What is this place?
Excellent, my boy. We have arrived. This cavern is the center of the Earth. I was a fool not to realize before. Obviously, the center of the planet will be weightless. The effect of gravity pulling in all directions causes weightlessness. We've done it. We've arrived at the little hollow seed at the center of the aniseed ball. Unfortunately, our giant friends use this as a kind of larder.
Fresh dinosaur steaks, eh?
Jawohl. And they have put us here for the same reason, I suspect.
Seht ihr, ich bin Kerk. Professor! Hey!
Yeah, Hans, I see them. Our giant friends has brought along his tribe to see us. See?
The giants released lassos into the weightless grotto. They floated towards us. Their lunch.
In New Guinea, back in 59, I saw an Anglican bishop eaten alive. It's not a death I care to suffer, Otto. Do we still have the pistols?
Yeah, in my pack, strapped to the mushroom stalk there. My God, has there ever been such a brave woman? Rose, I love you. You are my equal in every way.
And I love you too, Otto. Now, let's get on with it. They're both poetic and practical.
And Julian, are you seriously saying that after all these fiendish torments we've been through, we're going to shoot ourselves?
This is the greatest triumph we'll ever know, Axel. We have reached our objective, the center of the Earth. After this, what will the rest of our lives be too dull to endure? Alles in ordnung. Who wants to go first?
My uncle was mad. He was going to kill me. I screamed to the giants to help me.
Help! Stop running about, Axel! Help! Let me get a clear shot in! Help!
I grabbed my uncle's pack and held it before myself as a shield. At the same time, I floated away, past the eyes of dinosaurs resigned to their fate.
Auf Wiedersehen, Axel! Dearest boy! I am going to shoot you now!
No!
I collided with one of those giant chicken dinosaurs at just the right moment. Its vicious peck knocked me out of the line of fire. My uncle's bullet hit his pack and ignited the box of explosives he carried all the way to the Earth's core. The explosion cracked the floating chamber. The air was sucked away, light was shattered like a mirror, and a terrifying rumble was the latest fright to assail us. The sides of the chamber collapsed and lava broke through. It was so hot, we couldn't breathe. I floated with my hands gripping my face. When I looked through my fingers, I saw the others in the mushroom and my uncle's hand raised towards me in a gesture of a man releasing a dove. On a cushion of air, we were forced upwards. The lava insane below us, pushing upwards, searching violently, desperately for the surface. Faster and faster and faster upward. I rolled and rolled, my hair on fire. Upward and upward. The mushroom boat following me through the bloodstream of our Mother Earth.
I will let you hold my waist while I put the star on top of the tree.
Lidenbrock, I bear, I curse you. The stones and snow of my homeland Iceland curse you.
Cobra! Axel!
Subjection.
We shall go to Iceland to slide into the crater of the mountain of Snæfellsjökull, and from there we shall journey to the center of the earth.
Uncle Lidenbrock! Uncle Lidenbrock! Axel! Axel!
I have traversed the Andes, climbed the Alps and Caucasus, searched for the source of the Zambezi.
Oh, come on, you fat fool!
One small step for man.
Tomorrow belongs to me.
Long time passing.
One giant leap for mankind.
God bless Uncle Otto. God bless Axel. And God bless me.
And away like the devil's lost balloon. Higher and higher we rose through the earth, shooting through its bowels. My lungs burned. Oh, Uncle! Uncle! Rose! Brave hands!
Vámonos, you lazy burro. There is lava flowing all over the hillside. You want to be buried alive, huh?
Oh, my head. My aching head.
Hey, who are you?
I'm Axel Lidenbrock of Hamburg. I came out of the volcano. Where the hell am I?
Hands up. Give me all your money or I will kill you.
You want money?
What is so funny?
I'm alive! I'm alive!
Crazy gringo.
What did we do with the rest of our lives? I don't know. My uncle, Rosemary McNabb, and Hans Bilker, our Icelandic guide, were thrown onto the surface of the earth through the volcano of Stromboli off the coast of Sicily. I, somehow, was spat out of a volcano far away in Mexico, the Sierra Madre Mountains. I didn't like it at all. I was lost for some time, the prisoner of bandits. How I hated the food. It was a year before I returned to Hamburg, sailing up the waters of the Elbe, my face streaming with tears. Home. Home. Thinking me dead, my beloved Grauben had married my friend Heinrich. The shock of seeing me caused her waters to break, and the twins were born prematurely. They have grown into sickly fellows. Frau McNabb and my uncle had what the English call an understanding, but they never married. She continued her adventures and died of fever in Jerusalem in 1869.
Stop me if I've told you this before, but it was the most beautiful experience of my life. A journey to the centre of...
Hans settled in the fatherland. He opened a bar down by the docks and makes a point of always being more drunk than his customers. My uncle was not believed when he spoke of his journey to the centre of the earth. The scientific community laughed at him.
What?
He can't expect us to believe that.
The poor man is quite insane.
The interior of the earth is molten. Molten. Herr Lidenbrock, my name is Jules Verne. I am interested in your story. You know the one.
In the end, he sold his story to a French writer. And though the book was a great success, no one seemed to know it was based on truth. My uncle suffered a number of apoplexies brought on by his bad tempers. Last year, 1874, at the age of 60 and still a vigorous man, he locked himself in the dinosaur room at the Johanneum and shot himself. Count Saknusson's curse was fulfilled. These days, I am Professor Lidenbrock, a roly-poly bachelor, haunting cake shops,
Alles klar. In Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth, recreated for radio by Steve Walker, Axel Lidenbrock was Nathaniel Parker, and Professor Lidenbrock was Nicholas Lefebvre. Rosemary McNabb was Kristen Millwood and Hans Oliver Senton. Grauben was Deborah Berlin. Count Saknussemm, Peter Yapp. The headmaster, Michael Tudor Barnes. Von Klimstein, Joshua Taub. Martha, Edith Stewart. And Heinrich, Steve Walker. Technical presentation was by Roger James, Ian Harker, and Rebecca Kirby. Journey to the Center of the Earth was directed by Owen O'Callaghan.